Disaster GM, bringing a special pre-recorded session to you guys. This is, surprise, surprise, not actually one of our games. We are going to do a Tale-Til-Now recap type episode, joined by a couple of my lovely cast, in specific, the three that have been with us since the start, mostly because Joel just wasn't available during the day that we decided to pre-record. But again, my name is Evie.
Very welcome.
My name is Evie. My pronouns are she, they, or any. I am the GM for this game called Empyrean Rising, which is utilizing the cipher system, as you might be able to see on the screen. We made the icon a little bit bigger for this. Let's go around with the players for them to intro themselves a little bit, starting with Alina.
Hey everybody, I am Alina Pete. You might know me online from my comic Weregeek at weregeek.com or my writing work at alinapete.com. You can find me on socials at Alina Pete. That's me. That's who I am.
And you normally
play... are we doing the characters? And I play Kale, whose pronouns are they, them. My pronouns are also they, them, which I forgot. And Kale is a empathic explorer who helps their friends and has the soul of a dragon.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Hell yeah.
All right. Let's jump over to Extel.
That is me. Extel here. He, him. I play Jax, also he, him. You can find me at Extra the King on all the socials except Facebook. You'll never find me there. I am staff here. Hello. And I do a lot of other stuff that you will see if you follow me on those socials. Jax is not chaotic anymore, a free-spirited warrior who needs no weapon and also rides the lightning as a battle mage. A great time. Wonderful time. And I'm excited for this.
Please excuse the occasional audio delay on Extel's part. Mostly we just don't want to try to have you jump in and out while we're getting the pre-record going. It does that sometimes, but we have captions for you guys to read for when it happens. Last and certainly not least, Maggie.
Hello. That was so loud. I'm Maggie. I play Sybil. Sybil's pronouns are she, her. My pronouns are they and also she. Hold on, my character sheet isn't open. Do I remember the character that I play? She is a adept. Overeager. There we go. Nailed it. An overeager adept who would rather be reading and is a walking dream. And I've played this character for over a year and I still didn't remember that off the top of my head. Anyway.
That is perfectly okay. And then joining us, at least for the moment, is Oliver Twist back in the background, staring at me because
such a good boy.
He wants attention. He's very cute. I'm sorry, buddy, but I am not opening the window for you to bark at people. But yes, so we are doing a recap session. So there's not really a whole lot of content warnings or like what happened last session to go on. But let's just kind of go ahead and roll in with like kind of where we started with Empyrean Rising, which takes place in an entirely homebrewed world for this campaign, starting in the city-state of Icenbridge, where magic is starting to slowly wake up from an entire era of being dormant. We opened on Jax, as Extel described the character heroically atop a short cliff part of the way down, and then jumping off and rolling a nat 1 for our very first roll of the entire campaign and first action of the entire campaign.
Best character entrance ever.
I remember.
Best character entrance ever. Tumbling down, 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 and splat onto the ground. Only taking a couple points of damage, not like really injuring himself, but you know, it was an interesting introduction. It was definitely an introduction.
I forgot that was a nat 1 the first time.
The very first roll.
That.
It was the very first roll of the campaign, and it was a nat 1 to Enter
Tragic.
Jax jumping off of a cliff.
The
It was
first of many.
perfect. It was
The
beautiful.
first of many nat ones climbing and stuff.
God.
But yeah, so yeah, cliffs, climbing, like all of that
Upward
shit
mobility.
has just always been
Or
a
downward.
difficulty for
It's
XL
mobility.
and Jax. It is just not your thing, at least for this campaign. You
Not
will
at all.
also
Yeah.
see the character art that we started with for a Jax on the screen currently, drawn by our wonderful artist, Alina. Jax, if you would like to describe what he initially looked like.
Look, Jax started off with those big old brown eyes. Always had the blue arms. Always had the blue arms. He was born with those. It was a wonderful time. His deep brown skin. Look at him. Look at him with his hair tied up in white and with the beads in it and tied up. It's a great time. And his purple jacket. Not at all alluding to anything else that may happen.
Not at all.
It's not like it's your favorite color or anything.
Yeah.
For some reason.
6'2", the perfect anime protagonist height.
Oh yeah.
Canon.
It's a great time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, he
also
he
muscly.
came in with some good style, and he's definitely got some muscle and all the belts that any anime protagonist might like. So you
gotta
know
have
that's
extra
just
belts.
kind
He
of
does need
all
more
the belts,
belts.
like belts on the sleeves, belts on the collar, belts around the waist, belts on the boots, all the belts and straps. But yeah, so
he's in sport mode.
yeah, but yeah, he jumped off the cliff, rolled in that one. It was particularly humiliating, but it wasn't his best moment.
Good thing no one was
Especially
around to
since-
see it.
Yeah,
Absolutely
especially since
nobody.
there was someone around to see it.
Oh,
Kind of, one of our first 4 players who is not with us anymore was played by Fleet Dietrich. Very, very chill player. We loved having them around and on. Unfortunately, gaming with us on a regular basis didn't quite work out. But yes, they played kind of a tall and willowy blue-skinned veterinarian with curly white hair that resembled clouds. Yes, and then of course we've got Maggie showing off the game that Fleet created. You should definitely check it out. My Mother's Kitchen, ghostly game of
It's
much
awesome.
entertainment. It is
Really good.
amazing. It's so fun. You should like check out your local game stores, have them order it if they do not have it, or order it online. I've seen and been around with the playing, and it is always a fun time. But yeah, so Kinder saw Jax jump off of the cliff, checked to see if he had hurt himself, then recognized him as Archie, the guy that fought a bear in the woods, because Jax also has a history of fighting bears. You know, just recreationally, not seriously, of course.
Yeah, just,
Not meant to hurt them. Just,
at
just
first
a
it
little
was
bit of sparring.
seriously.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a little bit of sparring. But Jax was just like, oh yeah. And then as they're chatting, it's just like, yeah, do you know somewhere that we could get a drink? So Kinder led Jax into the city proper at the Greenbelt, which is the kind of green park-like foothills of the city-state, the city itself, to a tea shop where our third introductory character happens to
R.I.P.
be.
tea shop.
It was their tea shop, and that
Only
is where
R.I.P.
we got to meet Kale, the tea shop owner. Do you remember what Kale initially looked like? All prim and proper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Initially, Kale is a very, very small person. They top out just over 5 feet. Very slender.
Thanks.
They had very short hair that was blue and slicked back. They had dressed very nicely in brocades and an ascot. And they were at that point were wearing black gloves over their hands, which had mysteriously started to turn green. And they were freaking out about it, but not telling anyone about what was going on. They were trying to carry on like everything was normal.
Oh yeah, they were fully in denial at that point.
Totally.
But yes,
Mhm.
Just
and
running their tea shop and talking to their kettle because they were going a little bit mad.
a little bit, they might have been a little lonely, you don't know.
Just a bit.
But
Oh,
yeah, they did
pre
have a
Kale.
prior relationship with Kinder, and Kinder delivered Jax unto the tea shop for the entertainment of all and sundry within, and also delivered a couple of items that had been picked up during their adventures abroad to deliver to Kale. And while getting Jax to expound upon his third cliff jump of the day and fighting of bears, they caught the attention of one of the tea shop regulars who had been there for a couple of days, trying to write a final kind of thesis, I guess you would call it.
Hmm.
Um,
That is what I
and
claimed.
yeah, and like was just buried in study materials and caught the attention of this character because wildly this white locked blue armed man was talking about fighting bears in the woods. Do you remember little mousy Sybil? I believe you initially described her as looking like a mouse in a cardigan.
Have you ever seen Calico Critters? Because that's what she
Yeah.
is. Just like, just a
Mhm.
It's
little
hilarious.
guy.
It is
She's
hilarious, yeah.
a very
Mhm.
mousy little like 19-year-old college student that's just like
Hmm.
does not look like they belong anywhere near anything except for
Yeah.
maybe a library and like academia. Uh,
Hmm.
I think for the first several months exclusively wore like out of season cardigans and like
Hmm. Hmm.
uh just a
We need to
very
Lovely.
soft creature.
yeah, we need to update your character art wardrobe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it time for a wardrobe
she needs a
change,
new
everybody?
she needs a new
Hell
fit.
yes.
Just possibly.
Chapter
Uh,
2.
but yeah, so yeah, Sybil is just off to the side, studying, trying to rack her brain with much tension on what she could possibly write her thesis on. But the group did gradually come together with various conversation, and Sybil made the elective decision, with a little bit of nudging on Kinder's part, to write the thesis on Jax.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was a
Yeah.
thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
She's gonna
actually
write her thesis
'Cause
on
he's
Jax and
listen,
an
his
anomaly.
interactions with the populace as a modern uh, anthropological study.
I I have taken this is a journal. This is Sybil's journal, and I have done it since we started. And I just found the cutest thing, which spoilers if you're not caught up with our game, that's what this
Yeah,
is. But
this is
literally
what
on
this
the
is. Yeah.
very first page of this, it's I was talking about Jax just saying that he jumped off of a mountain and lived, and I think he's exactly what I need. And I was like,
Oh,
that's so cute. Talking about like I think he's magic and he's
Yeah.
that's what it is. But I was like, that's so cute.
Foreshadowing.
We love
And
accidental
future
foreshadowing.
historians think that was the moment.
Mhm.
Yeah.
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 Aw.
Beautiful, beautiful moments.
Anyway,
Beautiful moments.
it was a lie.
It's yeah, the group was exactly what she needed. She had to have the wool taken from atop her eyes. But yes, so while they were exchanging stories, well, mostly Jack's, within the tea shop, a couple of town watchmen came in to have their lunch, and through some suspicious behavior, and also to discover how Jax would interact with the world. Um, they decided to go, check things out outside, and learned of some sort of disturbance on Blue Water, which is the water top district of the mouth of the lake that the city is at, where several of the exterior school research facilities and classes happen to be. Exciting. Kitty. Um, little baby. It's grown so much. Um, but they decided to go check it out because Sybil was just like, yeah, I kind of know where that is. I've taken some classes over there. And on the way, Finder was very, very concerned with whether or not this was some sort of blaming or danger to the kingdom of
God.
rats within the city.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
the city watch and the council had it out for the rats, according to Kinder. This
Forgot
was
about
entirely a Kinder thing, but Kinder was like very, very pro, and it's not a colony of rats. It is not, they are not pests. It is a kingdom of rat, and they're rats,
Hale
and
was
they are,
very eager to humor
yeah.
them their odd story.
Yes,
Did
so
not believe
they
And
had
Jax
like this
was
thing about the
100%
rats and
invested.
was constantly accusing the Watchmen of being out for the rats.
God, I forgot about that.
Yes,
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's true.
it
Yeah.
was
I had
absolutely
not.
It was a
fucking
true thing.
hilarious.
Turned
Yeah.
out it was real.
But
Yeah, it was actually real.
but after accusing a couple of Watchmen about like trying to kill the rats and it being a danger to the rats, they discovered that there is really a disturbance at one of the academy buildings out on Blue Water, bypassed them, and it was a giant tree that had grown from the platform up and around the building, taking out an entire corner of it, that Jax tried several times to approach through the open area and got stopped by the Watchmen.
Listen,
But
I distinctly
Ah, the
remember.
tree.
I distinctly remember being like, "Let's race there" or something. Somebody mentioned racing there. I think it was
oh
Kinder.
yeah, it was.
I think it was Kinder.
1000.
It
That
was.
would have been Kinder.
It was a full bolt. You beat Kinder very, very
Wow.
easily. Kinder
wonderful
barely
thought.
passed the fuck out. And then we have Kale and Sybil just trailing along after, not actually running. It was
Hale at
hilarious.
this
Kinder
point
being like,
very unwilling to get arrested by the gods.
Oh yes,
Jax just
very
being like
much
not
so.
even out of breath. It was a great
Oh
time.
yeah, it was hilarious. But yeah, so you guys weren't able to enter through the front, which was considered a like dangerous zone because this random mysterious giant willow tree grew up out of the like entire fucking platform. Everything okay? Everything
Yeah,
okay?
there's just a weird noise in my
Yeah,
house.
yeah.
You have a
Please
cat.
don't die.
I do have a cat, and it was in fact her.
Yeah, of course.
She
of
jumped
course.
from a high
Wow.
place, and I was
Yeah.
not expecting it.
But yeah,
That's fair
so you guys weren't able to enter through the front because, giant willow tree like grew up over the course of like a day
So
or so.
then we came up with a
So
great idea.
came up with a great idea because Sybil happened to know
Right.
like a discreet way
Mhm.
in from a couple of times that
Mhm,
they
mhm.
might have been like researching late for a couple of lectures, and led them through a secret tunnel beneath one building, through the water, and to the other platform. Hale found a weird little palm plate that they were able to activate and give it light that Sybil had never even known was there. And
Oh,
they
yeah.
went through there, discovering that there were apparently doors that they did not choose to open along the way. And
Listen,
yeah,
Sometimes,
there were so many
sometimes there's
things
doors
that
that
you guys
remain
did not.
Oh.
li-
Yeah,
Oh,
listen,
no.
Sometimes.
there's so many things that you guys did not explore in this
We
area.
found all four of
listen.
your clues.
Mhm.
Yeah.
listen.
But like, yeah, they went to this
Chaos.
research facility and exited into essentially a supply closet. Gathered a
Oh,
couple
that's
of
why I
safety
have the
things.
goggles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Gathered a
have
couple of
goggles in
safety
my
things
inventory.
to
and I was
try
like,
and blend in, and then promptly exited into a hallway where they discovered that like the growth wasn't just the tree, it's a variety of plants and moss and like pollen and shit, and
It was
this
just a guy.
poor collegiate
Some of them were
researchers
Just a
that they
guy.
harassed and threatened repeatedly
I
while
don't know
trying
what
to
you're
figure out
talking
what the
about.
fuck was going on.
Were you
Jax
pretending to
also
be your
wanting to
mom?
no,
I think I
you
did
were
actively
pretending to
threaten
be
this.
like
Yes.
Yes. You guys were pretending to be like researchers sent from the council to figure out what the fuck was going
yeah.
on.
I think I pretty
Jax decided he
explicitly was
wanted to
like,
fucking
I'm gonna get
climb
you
the
expelled.
tree, and the like poor
Yep.
academic researcher was just like, please be careful. We've already had a couple people hospitalized from this shit.
It's like, no,
At
don't worry, I
which
got
point
it.
you were like, wait, what? Hospitalized? Because some of the plants that had been growing were somewhat dangerous. One of them had a contact toxin on it that created chemical burns, and that
Oh, we could have
led
used
you
that.
to finding the
Yeah, we
little
could have.
medic area off to the side, kinder going in and doing their doctory thing, even though they're technically just a veterinarian. And speaking with the lead
It's the same.
medical, the
It's
lead
the same
medical
thing.
doctor there.
Same thing.
Honestly,
Um,
the number of
Same
times we could have
parts.
used a vet.
a couple of names were
God.
tossed around that academic researcher had recognized Sybil and who Sybil's parents were. It was the initial hint to the group as to what was going on there, and Sybil was not super straightforward about it.
What are you talking about? Sybil's been so straightforward from day one.
Oh,
Zero.
yeah,
Nope.
definitely.
Not even once.
For sure.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely believe that.
But yeah, so through Finder throwing around the name of their grandmother and mother, who were prominent exploratory researchers that did actually happen to work with Sybil's parents on one or two occasions, and who Sybil's parents were, they were not able to get all the way down to the 5th level where the quarantine was heaviest. Sybil didn't even know there were 5 basement levels.
Sybil still
So-
doesn't know that.
At the time, you were just like, wait, no, what? I only thought there were 3. So you guys decided to attempt to find another route toward it.
Oh, I
Making
remember
the
this.
decision to go through Deepview District, which is
This is where it all
the-
went wrong.
Yeah, which is
Well,
You could say it went wrong
underground
the
and
moment we decided to
in-cave
enter the
district
school. Yeah.
that Kale had come from. Kale remembering that there were some hidden tunnels and crevices of the old city that might lead in the direction of the lake.
These were
How
simpler
they would
times.
get from those to platforms on the lake, we do not know, but that is the decision that they chose to make.
Kale also
So we
revealed
are
at that
now-
point that they were part of a underground group called the Moles, who were teenage street kids who would sneak down into the city under the city and steal old magic artifacts. And of course,
resell
not
it
magic
to
anymore.
people.
They, you know, it was just things that people on the surface liked, fun trinkets. They didn't do anything.
Which,
It definitely wouldn't come up again to haunt them.
by the way,
they
like
had aged out of that group and bought a tea house and didn't go back down underground anymore because
Oh, yeah.
of something that had happened to them in the
I think
past.
you said 6 or 7 years.
Mhm.
So it's
Well,
been a while.
It's been a while.
that reveal was the best thing ever because I remember like not saying it out loud, but inside Jax was like, Kale's a criminal. Love it.
Mhm.
Jax is also a criminal.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why he
But we're
loved
significantly
Never
more
fucking
open
comes up.
about it. Significantly more open about it.
I'm rereading all of my notes and I'm like, holy shit, it says Jax escaped from prison 3 years ago. What the
Yep.
fuck? We never
Yeah.
talked about that ever again.
On the way to Deepview, because they had to travel through Blue Water District
wanted,
and toward
wow.
Cliffside, which are the cliffside portions of the city, because the city is basically on the surface of a valley cliff that leads into a river and lake mouth, and just kind of spreads all across that as like a giant metroplex. But they had to get back to Cliffside to be able to get into Deepview, which consisted of a little bit of character exposition in which we learned that Jax was raised by his aunt in the woods, trained as a child soldier.
It's casual.
Yeah.
He didn't think anything
super
of that, and we were
casual.
terrified.
Yeah, it was a super casual, relaxed, like this is normal type of reveal to
Doesn't everybody
the
go
rest
through
of the
this?
group that was horrified by
You didn't
Jax,
experience that?
I
horrified
cannot
by
underscore
it.
how deeply unnormal that is.
It was hilarious.
Doesn't everybody go
yes.
through this?
They
You weren't trained in
went
the woods by your aunt?
Yeah, they went through
I don't
all of
have an
that
aunt.
lovely exposition, attempting to distract Kinder, who got very motion sick on the water and in gondolas.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
yeah, it
Kinder's
was
arch
bad.
enemy.
Yeah, it was.
We
It was
still don't
bad.
use the gondolas now.
Jackson's arch enemy is just a wall.
A couple people have, just not like as a collective group. But yeah, so it was great. There was a little bit of exposition on the other characters, but mostly it was Jax just revealing the horrific. Yeah, no, I was raised as a child soldier by my aunt, who one day just said, you're on your own, do whatever you want," and just disappeared right in fucking front of me, and I've been wandering ever since. Yeah, I've been arrested a couple of times.
Casual.
Hale
Absolutely
would
super
not
no
have gotten
notes.
any of this, by the way,
Yeah, it was great.
for a single
It
second.
was great.
I
But
loved
yeah,
I loved this point as Jax, by the way, because this was an amazing point in time where no one fully understood his capabilities. Because
yeah,
he'd
they were
say,
just
"I
like,
could do
"This
these
is so
things," but
weird."
everybody was like, "That's not a real thing you can do."
Yeah.
Thought you were lying or mad because they're like, nobody fights a bear and survives.
Oh
That's
yeah.
mad.
The quote
It
that I
did
have
not,
written
it did
down
not matter
is
that
stuff
Kinder
aside.
witnessed it.
The stuff is the whole thing. The stuff is the whole thing, Jax.
Yeah. Yeah, like Kinder witnessed him fighting a bear.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like Jax is
what?
wild. Jax is wild. It's crazy.
Jax is the
but-
only one that understood the assignment was anime themed campaign.
Mhm.
No,
I'm just from a different anime. We're all from a different anime.
different genres.
All from different genres.
different genres.
Civil slice of
it's-
life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Slice of life, and then we've got like our host anime essentially.
Yep,
And both of you
that's
just kind
me.
of isekai'd your way into like a wild adventure. But yeah, it's just it's crazy. But instead of taking the normal route down, which are just, stairs, you decided to take one of the mole's routes to try and get a little bit more info. I don't know why you didn't really want to take the stairs down, but you decided to take the mole's route.
I don't remember.
I forget
Yeah.
why. Look, we
We were
made
just like, it's
decisions.
faster. Why not?
was
we made
just-
decisions.
No,
They
no.
went in
We
that
were gonna
direction.
we were asking one of my informants for what was going on in the Undercity, and I think Kinder's cat just jumped down
Yeah.
one of the slides, and so we
You
took
guys
the
were
slide.
taking too long in that
Oh,
spot.
maybe.
You guys were taking way
No,
too long
we
in that spot.
fell.
We
Sure,
did
we
fall.
fell.
Slide.
Yeah,
But
so
I
you
def-
met
I
the
Is this when we
so you met the
fell?
kid that had like the bone spurs going on.
Mhm.
Discovered that it's been like gradually getting worse over the past approximately 5 years, which lined up with a lot of other things that had been going on in your backstories. And then because you guys were taking so long interrogating this poor little NPC kid, I'm just like, you know
Yeah.
what? Intrusion. Your cat that's just kind of been sniffing around and investigating. Some of the gravel slips, and the cat just goes shooting down this little chute into one of their hidey holes because you guys were just going to stay there the entire time if I didn't move you. And it was just. And the rest of you guys were like,
Absolutely.
and Kinder goes diving down, and then everybody else goes diving down. And I think it was another bad roll on Jax's part, not to land, but to try and catch someone. Was that you, Sybil? It might have been trying to catch Sybil, and like both of you
I think
ended up taking a point of damage because the roll to catch was bad.
I
Jax
do.
very early took a very protective role over Sybil.
Yeah.
Because he was like, this
This is a mouse in a
this
carpet.
girl is gonna like
This
die
girl's
or
gonna
something
fucking die.
if she gets a
Yeah.
scratch.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Correct.
It was
She's
bad.
not built for that. No, I
But
think this
yeah.
was when we all fell, and this is when the I think Sybil is dead theory got
that
started.
That comes the next day.
That was the next day.
That comes the
It's
next
whenever
day,
we
yeah.
fell into water.
There's more falling that comes soon.
There's so much falling.
We fall.
what is-
We
we
fall
made
a
choices.
lot.
We made a lot
You
of
guys fall a
choices.
lot. But yeah,
Oh,
so
okay.
you
I
guys
do remember this one.
in this like little hidden alcove that is lit by hanging strings of bioluminescent like silkworms and is surprisingly lush for a fucking cave. You're just like, yeah, sure, let's go.
Nice.
And walked into Deepview from there, did a little bit of supply shopping, and we're
That's what
trying
it
to
was.
figure out what direction you wanted to go. Got a little bit of a teaser of, yeah, recently there's been this issue where this guy came back from the depths as well, who looked like a fucking rock. It was really freaky, was
He had a
freaking out,
name.
did a little bit of property damage, hurt a couple of people, so the watch like all stormed in and like carried him off.
This is where we got ourselves like full-on breathing masks and
Oh, yeah, you
goggles
got
because
The
we were
so
like,
only
many
time we've
supplies
ever been
airborne.
prepared.
Yeah,
you
The
never
only
have
time we've
used
ever
it.
been prepared, and we
Absolutely.
never.
was like-
we wore them for all of like 20 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Because Kale was like, we need stuff. And Jax was like,
And we were like,
sure.
sure. Why
We
not?
were
I
at
mean,
this
yeah,
point-
we've never been here.
Revealed
Yeah.
that they had severe claustrophobia and didn't like going underground because they'd been caught in a cave-in, and that was why they went to go live on the surface. They
Yeah.
had lost one of their childhood friends in that cave-in, and this was their
Yeah.
first time coming back
Never
underground.
fucking talked about it again.
Nope.
Nope.
Never again.
And
But
which is
also
why they were
at the
so
time-
let's over prepare, because they were terrified.
And also
Yeah,
at the
kept
time,
being
you
like-
didn't realize that it was just magic starting to come back. You
Mm-mm.
thought it was some sort of weird gases being
Like
leaked
a
from the
plague?
depths, causing like some sort of
Yeah.
infection. And like, yeah, no, masks will help us. They'll protect us from whatever fumes are happening. And we've got to wear gloves so
From
that
the
we don't
magic
get it on
fumes.
our hands. And like, they
It
were
was a
just like,
great idea.
you had
It was a
like in
super
character-
good
like,
idea.
out of
These
character,
were
you
some
know
good
it was gonna
If
be
that isn't
magic.
what was going on.
Out of character, you knew it was going to be magic. In character, you were just like, what the fuck is going on? We've got to wear all of the protection.
For 20
Jack was
minutes.
like, I'll just wear this
Yes.
jacket.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which-
I still have it in my inventory. It's shoved in
in our
there.
in Kale's defense, the
Mhm.
scientists were masked and gloved because they're
Mhm.
like, I don't know, we don't know how this is spreading.
yeah, exactly. But it
could be
got late,
spores, could be
so
anything.
rather than going late at night when
Yeah.
you guys would be tired, you decided to stay in one of the hostels
Yeah.
that the moles kind of ran.
Yep.
I
And
remember
while
this
going
I haven't
out,
forgotten this
you
either.
saw a couple of suspicious individuals, one of which was carrying what
the
Sybil
fucking notes.
recognized as notes
The council
from
notes.
council meetings.
That we didn't.
we never
Didn't chase after that person. Didn't chase after that person, but opened the door that the
Oh,
other
we made
person
Thought
was
about it.
in.
Thought about
Tried to
going
go
after
through
them.
that window. Didn't see them again because they turned a corner and you didn't pass that particular perception check.
No, did not.
And
Yeah,
I don't
you're
think
just
I don't
like,
think you
okay,
brought
we're
it
not
up
gonna
in
chase them.
character.
We're gonna rest. We're,
No,
gonna,
that I
we're
did.
gonna rest instead of
Yes.
chase them. We've got this other stuff to check out. Out of character, by the way, that was one of the informants for Gem.
I figured that was
I
Jem's
hope
people.
It makes
so.
sense.
Yes,
Yeah, that was
absolutely.
totally Gem's people.
I,
I've had
after we
Gem
got
set
back,
up since session 3.
Also, if you haven't
I
been following
I
along,
thought
you
it was
will
gonna be
meet Jam.
so
Yeah.
yeah.
You will
You
meet
guys
Jam.
will meet
Jam
the
is-
godfather of the underground at
Yes.
some
Oh,
point.
we
Uh,
met Jim, and
we
it was
should
Yeah,
meet
you
it
guys
was a
meet Jim
fantastic
later.
time.
We will
Spoilers.
get to Jam.
Spoilers.
But yeah, so you guys are just make the very intelligent decision of I'm not going to chase after this random hint, this random
I
In the
thing.
think
middle
all
of the
Sybil
night.
did was
And
go,
we will bring
hey,
it back around if it needs to. We're just gonna go to sleep. We're just gonna go to sleep. And then in the middle of the night, Hale wakes up and realizes that they can see in the dark perfectly.
right.
It was just bright. It
Which
was
Which
brighter
starts
than
to
they
kind of
expected. It
freak
was
them
fine.
out. And then they turn and they look at Sybil, and Sybil is see-through.
That was a
Right.
problem.
The
And
beginning.
that is when people started going, is
That's-
that
The
is
next
that a
day didn't
ghost?"
help, but that was.
I think
the
I
first
also woke
time.
up because Jax was like emitting electricity in
Sparking,
his
yeah.
sleep.
Yeah,
Sparking
Jax was
at you.
sparking Sybil was just like, I want to go to bed. This is horrible.
Yeah.
The
And
most
it was
unlikely-
not a pleasant night, especially since Sybil did not roll particularly well and did end up
Oh,
having nightmares.
yeah.
So when you guys
Mhm.
eventually woke up in the morning and went outside, there was a giant illusory willow tree taking up the corner of a nearby building. Everybody was just like, where the fuck did this come from? And then it just gradually faded away as
the
like
first
you
time.
woke up more and more. And yeah, so it was not great. It was not a great time to start out with, but you were just like, you know what, instead of taking one of our known routes into the deep city,
Let's do
let's
something
go
new and
through
different.
let's go through
Yeah.
the route that the guy that came back that looked like walking
That's-
talking rock.
That's what our thought process was.
We made
Yeah,
bad choices, yeah.
because
Yeah.
obviously
I
he
stand by
was
that.
affected by something, and we will more easily find whatever happened by finding what affected him.
Honestly, it was
And
it turned
that
out
is
to
a
be
good-
one of our
that is
better
a good-
ideas.
Yeah, that is
Has
a
been
good
stand
thought
by it.
process. It's a good thought process. But on
It's
the
an idiot
on
plot,
the
but
way,
yeah.
But on the way, because otherwise you would have been wandering for a very long time, a new intrusion got thrown at you of you fall. So there is literally a
That's the
cave-in
one.
that
That was
has
it,
you
yeah.
fall through an open fissure in the rock. Jax tried to catch them, did a decent
I
job,
did.
but then I had to intrude there as well because you actually caught them and were going to prevent them from falling. So you just went in after them. And
Very
that
good.
is where you guys went down a broken, craggy opening in the rock into an underground, watery area
Yup.
and got to
That's
meet
lied.
the
Everybody except
younger
for Kale.
sea serpent.
Everybody except for Kale. Yeah.
You're like, panic
Kale
grab the
managed to
stalactite.
managed to hold on for a little while. So the
Why
others,
is it
the others
why
of
is it
you
every
fell.
time we've experienced some sort of like transportation crisis, Kale is always the one that's like, I buy.
Fine.
Do you not like Kale is the
Just
only
like you
prepared one.
Just like Jax
Kale has
can't
anxiety,
climb,
and they're like,
Kale
ah.
can't be held up by transportation.
Yes.
Kale is the only
Yeah.
one that is ever prepared. Sybil and Jax
Kale's
are like,
prepared for
I want to
nothing.
know what will happen
Kale is
if I
the
do this
responsible
stupid thing.
adult of the group.
I
Yeah.
was.
You can still
get
be
to
a
that.
responsible adult and
You are
advocate
you're
for the
one
overthrow of
that's giving
civilization.
valid relationship
true.
advice at
That's
this
true.
point, so you're still the responsible adult of the group. But yeah, so you guys fell into this underground, like not even lake size, just like a little pond of water that does at a certain point reconnect with the river and lake. You do not know how. But yeah, so Sybil and Jax ended up conflicting with this younger sea serpent type of monstrous creature. Jax fought it and got whipped around in the air by it grabbing onto his arm. It was the first sighting of Sybil going, you know what? I've kind of been able to do this before. I kind of got an idea. I don't know if I can control it. And just high-fiving Jax as he goes swinging past her
Yep.
and casting
big moment.
distortion on him. But it
Yeah.
was good. It was vital because the snake thing dropped him. But after
Best
a little
combo
bit,
since then.
a
Hell yeah.
little bit of like fighting back and forth, the creature being animalistic in mentality, as soon as you did enough damage to it, it was just like, yeah, you guys aren't worth trying to eat, and swam away. Pale
I wanted to be
eventually
known
joining them.
that we weren't aware if it was okay because I two-shotted it.
Yep. I
Right.
also want to say for the record that the entire time Kale was hanging from the stalagmite, going, Jax, there's something in the water. Swim away. Swim away.
Oh yeah.
No,
And we're like,
Yeah.
this way? This way?
I remember
Yeah,
Your
I
they couldn't
remember
other
see.
left.
tossing
They
Sybil
couldn't
out
see.
of the water.
Oh
They
yeah.
couldn't see
that's-
until
I-
it came out. Until it
Mhm.
came out at you guys. You guys couldn't see. You had
It's a great
no
day.
idea which direction to go. Hale is watching from above, going, no, not that way, the other way.
You've been
Freaking out
great
the
for Kale's blood
entire
pressure.
time. Freaking out the entire time. but you did hit it a couple of times, and it was just like, damn, that hurt, and decided to swim away rather than continuing to fight you. But
6
working
damage on
your
the fist,
way
everybody.
around the border
No.
of this little underground pond after your encounter with your first fight of the campaign that you
Damn.
managed to survive with minor injuries.
Yeah, we were
Like
doing all
you
right,
didn't even
actually.
go
We were
into
fine.
impaired. You didn't even go into
Oh.
impaired. Yeah, you like minor injuries.
I don't even think I
You
got hit.
yeah,
Me neither.
found your
Me too.
way to the Skyway, an underground, very long hall connecting a variety of locations together that has an illusory ceiling that looks like the sky far above because you guys were far underground. But
A great
choosing
time.
a direction at random, you eventually found yourself in or a dead end that you discovered to actually be a doorway into the foyer of the last archmage of the city, the last primary of the city. And
If
while
I remember right, on the way there, we saw that like mural, right?
that is inside of the study.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm skipping ahead.
It's all right. It's all right. But you go in, a couple of mage lights appear over your shoulders to provide you guys with light, showing yet more magic to you guys as you're wandering around and exploring. And you're just like, oh, this is fascinating. Especially Sybil, who tries to read some of the books, can't really read it because it's in old script, but does recognize enough of the symbols to be like, that's my last name, or that's my mom's last name. That's my mom's last name. What's my mom's last name doing here? Um, to which
Nobody
Sybil
knows.
immediately was just like, I've got to find out more. Opened the next door without warning the rest of the group. And
Sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
God, I remember what comes
And
next.
in the next room is a giant ball of light hovering above a tall counter under
Yeah.
which
Fucking
there are
asshole.
a variety of automatons
Yep.
Oh
that are
yeah.
basically the security system for this office study area that
With people-
activate because the light doesn't recognize you, they don't recognize you, you just opened a door to a house that is not yours. Jax was very effective in attempting to fight them off until he got zapped by the light
Yep.
and got briefly
Took
taken
3 of them
over.
out in one punch. I just wanted to be known.
Yeah, you took three of
One-shotted
them
all of
out
them.
with a single attack. Yeah, it was great. It was great.
I think you
But
you cliffhangered us with and now Jax
yes,
turns on you, and we were like, oh, we're gonna die. We can't fight.
I mean, we
Jax.
would have actually died.
Yes.
yeah.
We're
Oh,
fine
yeah,
though.
We
Jax
just
would
saw
have
him
destroyed you
two-punch a
guys.
dragon.
I'm making a
Jax
list
would have
of
destroyed you guys.
making a
Look.
list of the amount of times that Sybil has killed Jax and and vice versa. And this is going on the list, even though nothing actually happened.
No.
You could have.
Look, I distinctly remember you being like, "You, these are now your enemies."
And that was where we
Intruders.
left it.
These
the
are
week.
intruders.
Like,
I specifically
yeah.
referred to them as intruders, and that is where we cut that
Same
session
thing.
off.
Yeah.
And the next session was known as Kind Farewell. As Fleet
Oh,
had come back from a
yeah.
brief hiatus, Kinder
Boo.
had kind of separated sometime within Deep View. And while we have Jax taken over by the power of this light, attempting to deal with the intruders, Kinder is being led along their scent trail by a rat. Because Kinder had separated to go check on the Rat Kingdom.
yes.
Because there
Mhm.
is an actual Rat Kingdom in Icenbridge. And one
gotta
of
go
them
visit
was
it when we're
assigned
back.
to
I fucking
lead
forgot all of this.
Kinder back.
I hadn't.
Yeah, was assigned to lead Kinder back, and Kinder kind of showed up in the middle of Jax, like reaching forward and making just casual contact with Sybil's shoulder, which allowed the giant glowing ball of snark to recognize the genetic components of Sybil. Hey, I know you. You would inherit this anyway, so this is now yours, and was able to recognize everyone as guests instead of intruders, releasing Jax from the control.
I wanted to be known that I was 100% prepared to demolish everybody. I was, I trust you, because I trusted you. I trust you still, and I was like, if Evie says it's got to be a thing,
destroy.
Yep.
And I was gonna go after Sybil first because I knew she was the weakest.
That's so fucking rude. You don't have to say it, even though it's right.
Are you kidding me? Kale stayed in the other room.
Yeah, Kale was like, I'm
the doorway. I'm like,
I'm
not going in there. Are you kidding me? No,
I grabbed the table, shield, and I was going to try and hit Jax with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
remember. Sybil's just like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Me with my training and
only
speed.
weapon
I had training and speed defense training too.
But yeah, so Jax came back to himself. The automatons put themselves back away, and you guys had a lovely little conversation with the glowing ball of light that soon became the glowing ball of snark, known as Archmage or Primary Vukan. Who was the last leader of the city during the previous mage era. Or
just
magic
had an idea.
Era. Yeah. But it was revealed that he is the great many, many times grandfather of Sybil, and thus recognized her as a proper inheritor of this private study.
So weird.
Yeah. Which was also a surprise to Maggie, because Maggie was just like, I don't know, do whatever. When I was just like, hey, can I do this thing?
Have fun.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
and he dropped
okay.
some foreshadowing for all of us without explaining anything about what was going on.
Yeah. He was very vague and ominous on how he referred to people. Oh, he was so condescending. It absorbed his personality. It absorbed his personality. And the problem is it did not absorb the ability to emote either. So it's just, it absorbed his personality without the emotional understanding of how that results.
And it was the worst time. It's a great time, but also though, I'm Jack. That's not all you are. What? All right, I'll talk to somebody else now.
Yeah, very much so.
Goodbye.
Yeah, very much so.
What do you mean?
I believe he told Kale that it was very ironic that they were a tea shop owner, and Kale was still just now going, "Oh, you fucker! I know what you meant."
Had a somewhat antagonistic view and response to Kinder. For reasons that they only vaguely found out about afterwards and haven't fully discovered. But yeah, so after their so cordial conversation with the glowing ball of snark, they explored a little bit to what was available during this period prior to enough magic waking up to where it might activate other areas of the study. Foreshadowing. One of those locations happened to be the door directly from this central ball of light room that is the large library and workroom of Primary Vukan, that also happens to have a variety of things in cases.
Oh, yeah.
And we ended that session with them recognizing, hey, that mark that's gradually starting to show up on your hand, doesn't this ring kind of look like that? And then Kinder was just like, oh, wait a minute. Kind of does. And then when they picked them up, Vukan was just like, excuse you? Snap. And Kinder disappeared, and they have not seen
They've never been found.
Nope.
They have no idea.
I wanted to be known too that from the current time in the game, that was like a week ago.
A little bit
It
longer.
was a couple. It's a
weeks
couple
ago?
weeks. It's a couple
Yeah.
weeks. Yeah, you guys
Well,
don't
look.
sleep a lot, but time
No.
has
No.
passed more than you have slept.
Lots
Vulcan
of
reassured us Kinder was alive somewhere, but we have
Yeah.
only his word.
Vulcan
Yeah.
would only state that because Kinder was no longer within his purview of power, he could not bring them back. What he did to them was to send them home, which the time
What is that?
they had no idea what home would mean, or what Vulcan might interpret as the home of one of Kinder's people.
Even now, we don't know for sure, but I've got a pretty good
Yeah.
idea.
I had
Yes.
a thing that I saw that gave me a hint, but
Yeah, and it's all
Same.
just like there are
Same.
so many
I have
ways that it
no
could
ideas.
be. There are so many ways that it could be interpreted, and that is up to whenever we happen to get Fleet back on stream.
yeah. I wanted to be known I did not reveal said information that I found out in character because I was asked not to by the NPC who I found it out from.
Mhm.
Damn.
But
Yeah.
so you guys yelled at Vukan a bit, and Vukan was
A
not
lot.
helpful whatsoever.
No.
Mhm.
But explored a little bit more, happened to find another kind of closet-ish room that had things behind
Oh,
magical barriers
remember
that
this
you
episode.
discovered Sybil
yelled
did not
too.
pass through, despite the
I
fact
tried
that
so
Sybil's,
fucking
like,
hard.
Sybil's like incorporealness has come back a couple of times and can pass through objects, but not through these magical barriers. How strange.
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Again.
Nice.
Nailed it.
Good.
And you also found the little private bedroom that he had in the study for when he wanted to be down there for prolonged periods of time, within which Jax
Jax was like,
decided
"Oh,
to
yeah."
lay himself out on the bed
It's
quite
a jump
heavily.
too. I got jumped
This
onto.
bed that is a millennia old. So he leaped up into the air
And it
and
turned
flew
into
down
ashes.
onto the bed that promptly crumbled beneath him,
Mhm.
where they found a hidden cache of various supplies that, using the magical training of Sybil, they identified a couple of
Oh,
items as potentially
yeah.
magical.
There was a whole case
One
of
of which,
potions.
one of
Oh,
which
yep.
was a stiletto dagger that will come back up
Oh
later.
God.
Listen. It's nowhere in my notes right
I
now.
know.
I'm looking
Because
at the
it was
notes.
very
and they're
promptly
not in there.
overshadowed. It was very promptly overshadowed by a case of 5 potions.
Yeah, she got
And
super
they
drunk.
got
Of course,
to
she didn't
play.
remember where this knife came from.
Yeah,
Potion
and they
roulette.
got to play magic potion roulette, where they rolled, and I read off of a table what they rolled with these magical potions. The very first one was expired because you rolled a 2.
Yes.
You rolled a 2. You didn't even roll the minimum
course it will.
for a DC.
No.
It wasn't a 1, so it didn't harm you.
Mhm.
It was a 2, so it was expired, and it got you drunk, and was only half effective for half as long.
Mhm. Sounds like a great alcohol, actually.
Honestly, yeah.
Short.
Jax also drank a potion, which
so good.
happened to roll
Yep.
a 12, which is a potion of babble, allowing him to understand and be able to read any language, which promptly
Including the
allowed him to
ancient
read
script.
a variety of notes. And you were able to, while he was under the effect of this potion, take notes on the ingredients and how to make several of them.
Which I believe he believed that he was super smart because
He
of
did.
that.
Yeah.
Yes, he
correct.
put on
Did.
some
So he
fake glasses and
found a
everything.
pen. He was
And
like,
Sybil
he's
was just like,
"I."
I don't know what's going. Like, it was such a weird role reversal.
It was so
And
strange.
Kale the entire time was like, listen, you might be fine drinking magical potions that are of dubious quality.
Nature,
I'm going
yeah.
to be over here. I don't need to drink those. Mm-mm.
Yep. In fact, you drank 2 of them, rolling 12 twice, because the first time was just like,
Right.
yeah, it just made me super smart. I was able to read stuff that I
I'll do
wasn't
it
able to
again.
read before. Rolled
Why
another
not?
fucking potion of babble, because you rolled
Exactly
12
12.
again. Yeah. And that's
Which
like
we were able
that
to
is
write
why
down
I'm
more
remembering
stuff.
that number. So you got to read more stuff and make more notes.
And then peer pressure
That-
happened.
Yeah, and then the innocence of that particular potion happened to help you peer pressure Kale into trying one. And Sybil was just like, I'm not sure if I want to try this one because I got drunk. Kale rolled particularly well. I believe it
I
was
think I rolled a nat
19.
20.
You wrote
Or
a
19 or
19,
20,
yeah,
yeah.
that's what it was.
Yeah.
I
just
think
remember
it was
it
a
was really
19
good.
because
Oh.
20 is like more potent one
Mm.
than
So,
you
yeah, 19.
experienced.
Even more
Yeah.
potent.
Oh,
Oh
God.
Yeah,
no.
it was like an
More?
18 or a 19.
Oh.
More.
It was like an 18 or 19, which caused a
Oh.
partial transformation to Kale. Kale thought it was another expired potion because what the fuck? How did you become this semi-dragonic, monstrous creature literally bursting out of your clothing?
Mm-hmm.
Right
The
of character,
first
we
time-
recognized that it was a potion of magical surgeons.
I'm gonna keep a
That
running
caused
marker
them
how many times she.
to briefly experience the powers of a higher tier.
All Kale knew was that they had turned into a monster and it was terrifying, and
It
they
was
didn't want anyone to
horrible.
look at them.
It lasted a full hour. You were
Mhm.
traumatized. And then when you eventually came back, you were also not fully naked, but your clothes were in tatters. And that is when you decided to attempt first to go
Yes.
interfere with that other room of objects behind magical barriers, because one of the things there was Primary Vukan's mage robes, and Kale was just like, that is the perfect thing
Yeah.
to wear. You did
I would
not
like to
succeed
wear
in
some magic
passing
robes.
passing through them.
The thing's still there.
I
Yeah,
did
gotta
raid
go
his
get
closet
that.
though, and I got
We
some
should
really
go
nice
back.
pajamas and some really nice robes.
We should go back.
from a-
for
So
that.
yeah, so you went to the wardrobe instead, which had very well preserved clothing that you decided to wear from Primary Vukan's
Yes.
mundane clothing instead. And that hallway that leads from the room of the light ball to his bedroom is where you saw the wall mural that has a relief carved from it of various scenes and locations, including an unknown forest, a grove of creatures that look similar to what Kale turned into, a castle and entire city seeming
In
to be held
the
aloft
sky?
by clouds, and a variety of other things that you didn't quite recognize. And
Was
that is your
this-
first encounter of that, yeah.
Was that where I had my first premonition? I'm trying to remember when I. No, I had
No,
my
it was in the
first
bathhouse.
premonition during the.
It was in the bath.
It was during the fight that I had my first one.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it was during the
Yes.
It was
fight.
during the fight with the
automatons.
thingies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, because
Mm.
it was a intrusion that I got for you using your intrusion.
Yeah. Wild
But yeah,
times.
you were wandering through that and got concealed that, didn't recognize the symbology or importance of most of it. A couple of you might have been able to recognize some of the important things from your backstory that you knew a little bit about possibly coming for you, but in general, of each other, you had no clue. But you did eventually decide to leave that area and
That was
found.
also when Jax first mentioned the name of his aunt.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Which Sybil recognized.
yeah.
Sybil
It's
recognized
just like
that Jax's
guys.
aunt is named the same as
the chaos god.
like a chaos god that people used to like talk about in like archaeology and anthropology. It's not particularly popular now, but yeah, that's the same name, right?
Kind of old
This
I
was
think that's
this
the
was
same
us
name.
having the sidebar where we were like, he's not.
Couldn't
He's
be.
definitely not.
No,
He
that's
couldn't
silly.
be.
Not.
That doesn't make
It
sense.
couldn't exist.
I
It doesn't
think
make
that's
sense.
actually. It was.
But at this point, they've kind of discovered that
name.
magic is starting to wake back up. That is what the glowing ball of Snark has revealed to them. And then Jax the entire time is just like, well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, duh.
And they're just like, what?
Also, which we
How did
experienced
you?
potions, and we're like, that was
So it's like
normal.
magic, and they decided to save the 5th potion as a potential way to convince the council that magic has
forgot
returned
that's
because
what
they have
our
not yet
plan
discovered
was.
what is going on politically within the climate.
Simpler times, everybody.
Simpler times.
But
We were just going to
accompanied
go
by-
to your uncle and have a chat with him, and it'd be fine.
It'll be fine, yeah. But accompanied by the rat that had led Kinder to the group
Sad.
that they eventually decided to dub King Scott, because Kinder had been on and on about the Rat Kingdom, and so they were convinced that he was a king, and that they decided to name Scott. So he was King Scott, the Rat King.
Why did
Scott
we name him
helped
Scott?
to
I
gut-
don't remember.
Our
We
most
have to- we
valuable ally.
We have
Why
to give
Scott?
him. We have
It
to
was
give
just
him
a
some
random name
epithets
that
now.
you decided to choose. It was just
We didn't
Like
give him some
Philip.
epithets now
Scott.
because he's
Like
accomplished
Philip.
some wild stuff. Spoilers.
But yeah, you guys decided to name him King Scott because obviously he was the Rat King that Xander had been talking
Obviously.
about, and then you needed something to call him, so you decided to call him Scott. It was,
He's-
it
he
was
sat
just
there.
offhand. It was just completely offhand. You're just like, he's King Scott.
And then he lived
Yeah,
on
so
Jax's
it was-
shoulder.
Yeah,
It's a
so
good
he
time.
helped to lead you guys to the stairwell that Kinder had taken down, because Kinder was not like, I'm not gonna go down this hole in the ground. Are you fucking kidding me? So you found a stairwell, led you up and up and up, well past Deep View and into the upper reaches of Cliffside, specifically to Bridgecrest, which is the highest portion of the Cliffside
Yeah.
city.
I, like walked for
And
so long.
almost a day, because it's like walking up the Eiffel Tower.
Mm-hmm.
No,
We're
it's not even the Eiffel Tower.
exhausted.
It's like the Empire State Building. It's like walking up the fucking Empire State Building. It
Also, we
is
hadn't slept in like 2 days at this point.
No,
No.
you have not.
We don't sleep.
No.
Yeah.
Just
This
as a
was
group.
the-
Yeah,
Sleep.
like, you started with, it's nighttime. We're gonna sleep. But then once you got past that sleep, you're just like, we're just gonna keep going.
This explains some of our poor decision making.
So you walked up
Deprived, chaotic
and up
group of
and
people.
up, and
with
once you
magic.
got to the top, you didn't know how to open the door, so Jax decided to punch through the wall.
Yeah.
At the same
And-
time as Kale found the panel to actually open
Yeah.
it.
Yes, and like Jax rolled a nat 20, so he punched through the fucking wall into a bedroom that was probably in the house that most likely Vukan had way back when he was a member of the city. But that Sybil, when morning came, that is an unhappy cat's face.
She's so upset with me.
So
Look at how
cute.
silly she
How
looks.
dare
Okay,
you?
Put me
goodbye.
How dare
down.
you? Why do you do
Me
this
down,
to me,
friend.
human? Why do you do this to me, human?
So cute.
Listen, she wanted to bother me. That's what she gets.
Yeah,
This was also
valid.
like a giant bed fit for like 4 or 5
Oh, yeah.
people.
Yeah, like you guys
Oh,
got
yeah.
into there, and
Yeah.
you did actually rest there. You decided to sleep in this room because you didn't really know where it was. You just knew it was another bedroom.
We
And it
rested
is
a lot more at the
giant
beginning, huh?
ass
Yeah, we
California
did.
king that's like 9 feet wide.
Hale assumed that
Everybody just
that
crawled
Vukan
into
had
him.
some wild orgies and just
Yeah.
needed a bed that big.
Did we all
then when you
end up
woke up
sleeping
in
in the same bed?
Yes.
Yeah,
We
There was
did.
only one
because
bed.
it was huge.
There was only one bed.
Yeah,
It was
There was enough.
huge.
There was enough space for everyone to be far enough
That bed
apart.
is
that
as
was
Yeah.
big. That bed is as big as some like homes' rooms are.
Damn. It's just
Yeah, that bed is the
Big bed.
size of a fucking shed.
like,
damn.
like 9 by
Like
9 or something.
Dream,
Yeah,
honestly.
it's like I think it's like
Mhm.
9 by 12. It's
Oh yeah, there
huge.
you go. Yeah.
Well, it's probably not 9 by 12, but it's
I hope
fucking
so.
huge.
I hope you can
Um,
get a mattress that
I
size.
think
Hold
I
on.
think you described it as an Alaskan king.
Or Hawaiian king? It was huge. Big bed.
Oh, one
Yeah,
of
it was one of those like massive.
I remember what
king-size
comes next
beds.
this day too. It's very
But yeah,
good.
you wake up You guys look around, and then you discover that you are in one of the homes of one of the council members of the city, the council member of trade, who
Right.
Sybil has the experience of knowing is not the most cordial of individuals. So you guys decide to book it the fuck out of there,
Yep.
like super fast,
And
and
sneaky.
decide to, while leaving there, you're just like, okay, it looks like he hasn't been here for a while. Sybil does a couple of mental calculations. Yeah, he doesn't really stay in the city unless it's time for a council meeting. So we're not scheduled to have another one for another week and a half to 2 weeks.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
Are
live.
we
Very
out?
soon.
Oh, no.
Very
Oh,
soon
no.
in game.
That is what we said in character too.
Yeah.
Oh
But yeah.
no.
It's time. It's time.
Oh no.
Yeah. But you guys are just like, okay, yeah. And then you're just
Oh.
like, wait a minute. Like, so, like, I don't want to talk to my parents about getting a meeting, but like one of the council members is like my uncle. So I'm just going to send him a message to ask him to introduce us to another council member because he's just like education. We need to talk to the person that's like in charge of safety. So we're going to get him to introduce us to her. And in the meantime, while this message is sent out, I'm also going to send a message to my brother.
Yep. This was
Because that was
And
the
it-
first message sent to your brother.
And also, we should go to a bathhouse
Yeah,
and
we
actually
like,
wait
Yeah.
got
and eat.
dropped into this nasty ass water and have been running around. So
Was the
let's
last
just go
time
to
we
a
took a
public
bath?
That's
bath.
the
It'll take
last
some
time
time
we
for those
bathed.
letters to get there, and then for them to
Yeah,
get back
so
to
yeah,
us. Let's chill in the
Let's just
baths
have a
now.
nice little.
We've been in a
let's
lot of
just
water
have a
since
nice little
then.
public bath thing going on.
Freak shower.
Which is where you found even more backstory from Jax because he is not secretive about shit at all. And
Mhm.
Sybil and Kale off to the side are just like, is he? Is his aunt a
Think he's a
god?
god?
Is he a god?
I think he might
I think he's. I think he might be. And that is also where Jax had another premonition from an
This
intrusion
one. Yeah.
of Kale, not just Kale, hundreds of Kales in a fight protecting this
whole field.
woodland grove area, dying over and over and over again in front of him, that he came out of somewhat traumatized and very seriously was just like, I will murder anyone that tries to hurt either of you.
But also, you didn't
He,
tell me
like,
about it.
Yeah, did
Nope.
not
Yeah.
tell him about
Told
it
Sybil about it.
because
Yeah.
Kale, you were
And then I was like, I don't think that
Jax
would be
made-
good for them.
Yeah, Jax made the intelligent decision of this would be too much for Kale at the moment.
He was still reeling from turning into a monster.
It was
Jackson's
very
smart
symbolic.
when it comes to his friends.
Yeah, it was very symbolic vision, but it was still somewhat traumatic for all involved.
This is also
Now I
the
know
day
what it was, but
Yeah.
I have a
Also,
note written down that just says, how fast do you have to punch a boar to cook it? I don't know what that's in reference to, but that is something that I felt the need to write down the day we
I
played
think it might
this.
have been one of Jax's wild stories about hunting,
Think
and
so.
he didn't really like using weapons, so he punched one so hard
There's
that he was
also
just
a
able to
note.
eat it afterwards or something like that.
There's also a
I
note
don't
that says
remember
water is
precisely, but it
stronger than
sounds right.
Jax, which seems wrong, but I don't.
maybe foreshadowing for Ball.
We don't know.
Clearly.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that episode because I don't know why you wrote that down either. And
I
now
don't
wanna
know.
Now I want to know.
you didn't fight with water.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
maybe.
Oh,
I don't know.
I know what I know why, because I
Mhm.
think this is also the episode where we'll get to it. I'll say it when it pops up.
I remember
You
what
did
happened.
We're
eventually
in
get a
episode
message.
7, by the way.
Oh
my
if you're
God.
keeping track.
Yeah.
Like,
Because
sorry.
After that, it like starts going a little bit faster.
It goes so fast.
But yeah, so you get invited to dinner with your uncle, Uncle Harper.
Brief aside, before we left the baths, it was when Pico woke up and started swimming around.
Yeah.
So Kale had carried this copper tea kettle with them in the shape of a dragon for this entire arc and would occasionally whisper and pet it, like whisper to it and pet it. In this one, it woke up, turned into a little copper dragon and was swimming around in the pool.
Yeah, it really freaked you. It
Freaked
freaked
them
Kale
out.
out. Really freaked Kale out. I think that might be why Kale was out of the room when
Oh,
Jax
yeah.
revealed the vision.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like yeah, you
Which,
have
by
a
the way,
little.
I love your Pico voice.
Really good.
I just I'm just talking like this, and I don't know why. It's just how he talks. Just how
He's
he
just a
talks.
little.
He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy.
As a, by the way, Pico was the NPC I was told not to reveal information about.
That's fair. That's fair.
Good.
I wanted to wait until he was mentioned.
Aw.
But yeah, so he woke up for the first time while you guys were taking a fucking bath. But yeah, while at the
Were we
baths,
all
you
in
did
the same
eventually.
bath?
Yes.
Yeah, it was
There
a
was like
public
a
bath.
there was
It's
like
it's
a
a public
curtain or
bathhouse.
something.
Oh,
It's a public
okay.
bathhouse. Like
Oh
so
yeah, that was
you
the
might have
first
been
time
wearing
you would
like
have saw.
underwear and like wrappings and whatnot. But yeah, they like it's a very fancy because of where in the city it is. Public bathhouse where they like laundered your clothes and gave you a meal. It was like five
So good.
star.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would have been the
we
first
talked-
time that everybody saw that Jax's legs were also blue.
And also
Mhm.
all of the scars. The note on that one
Mhm.
says, "quote These are the things I did for fun."
Yeah. All the scars.
Yeah, I think he
Yeah,
pointed at some of
fighting
them
with
and was
the
like, "Yeah, I had
fighting
this."
with
Yeah.
wild animals, and you like I think you have like a bite mark on your shoulder from wolves
From
or
I've
Mhm.
got
something. You're
bear,
just like, yeah,
wolf,
wolves
and
are hard.
eagle written down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Finding
eagles were the
Wolves are
toughest
harder
ones
to
to
fight.
fight.
Yeah, wolves are harder to fight than bears are because they like gang up on you with pack tactics. They're sly
Yeah.
about it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
Eagles are
it was
sky
the time.
creatures, so it's hard to fight them too.
Yeah, it was the time. There's a reason why you prefer to fight bears.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
but yeah, so you got the message back inviting you to dinner with Uncle Harper, where he would invite you, or he would try to introduce you to her because but first he wanted to kind of find out what was going on.
Indeed.
So you
What a
went
night that was.
across the entire fucking valley to the other side because that is where the academy is,
Mhm.
and met briefly with Harper, where the other two got to learn how much of a classist asshole he is. And he is like a 4'5" grumpy Steve Harvey.
Look, I want you to know, Jax wanted nothing more than to go across that table
yeah.
at him.
And punch. He refused
Mhm.
to acknowledge the presence of Kale or Jax because they did not
Yep.
look as if they were of the appropriate class for Sybil to be interacting with. And like
Great guy,
there
your
were
uncle.
hints within, like there were hints within this conversation that he might have taken care of students before for Sybil that like Sybil didn't pick up on, but that Elena was just like, is this what we're hearing? Is this what we're hearing? And that's when Kale
I think
started
your
to
uncle's a
come out.
bad guy.
Yeah, and this
Like,
is also when
no.
Kale started to be like, initially was just like, yeah, no, we need to make the magic go away. Magic is horrible. This is terrible. Magic can't exist. And then because of Harper, Kale was just like, fuck you, dude. Magic is real. Magic is
Yeah.
real. How
Immediate,
dare
Absolutely.
you?
immediate turncoat.
Like
Mhm.
full
Magic is real, and I'll fight you about it.
180.
Magic is
Full
real, and I've actually
180.
just decided that it's going to become my entire personality. Fuck
Oh,
you.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, it's just so.
I'm gonna uproot my
angry
entire life
about
just
it.
to spite you because you're
Mhm.
you're a
Oh, yeah.
horrible person.
I'm sure
yeah.
that won't come back and bite me.
Yeah, ADHD at its max.
That's
But
fine.
yeah, so but yeah, so like he's just like, okay, so you won't tell me what's going on. You gave him the bare bones basics, but you didn't want to
We told him
tell
a
him too
fair
much
amount.
because
I said magic
he-
was
yeah.
coming back.
yeah, magic was. You didn't like give him too many details, and he could tell that you were keeping something from him.
We
No,
did not
it
tell him where
was-
the Archmage's study was.
Yeah,
No.
he didn't. Yeah, didn't tell him that stuff because even Sybil was starting to catch on to the fact that he was being a little weird about it. So he's just like, okay, we'll like go back. You've got a couple of rooms that you sometimes stay in when you're up here, and then we'll have a nice dinner, and I will work on getting you an introduction with this other council member, but I would really feel much safer and better about it if you let me be present because I do not trust her around you. She is very brash and unprofessional, blah, blah, blah. They have a little bit of an animosity going. And you're just like, no, we want to talk to her privately. So he arranged it to where she and her assistant would meet all of you for dinner, and that was your opportunity. And that is also where we had our first guest player.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
Lev came in for a
So good.
session. Lev from Mayday Roleplay. They are a phenomenal role player. We hope to have them back
Hell
sometime
yeah.
soon again this year. And they played Soldai Dumar, the personal assistant to the councilwoman Sabar, who was the council member in charge of safety and mediation. So Seldai and Sabar both came and did dinner at the academy with Uncle Harper, and there was definitely some interesting sniping back and forth between the council members with Harper, Michelle, Sybil's uncle character, trying to get them to talk about what they wanted to talk to Sabar about
Oh,
at the table and not succeeding, and then Sabar bitching at him and them just constantly getting into a fight. Sabar getting absolutely sloshed on the wine there. Along that happening and them distracting each other, you guys kind of made friends with the assistant Seldai.
Oh no. Hale immediately clocked them both as a long-suffering person who had to put up with Seldai and all of her shit, and also as somebody from Deep View who had a very similar upbringing and was like, "You and me, friend. I got you. I got you back."
You recognized each other as fellows from Deep View, and that Seldai was just like, "Oh, this is shit." So after dinner or excusing yourselves, you guys stepped away to have a private conversation with Seldai, where you learned that Seldai is working with some sort of organization, or privately possibly, from Deep View, infiltrating to get something done or information in some fashion from the council level and working against them to work for the betterment of Deep View and the city, predominantly Deep View. So, having let Seldai know what was going on, and Seldai going, "Oh, that explains this," and showing the fact that like part of their torso was being taken over by like branches and tree roots.
right.
oh
They're just like, yeah. So
Oh, they're
I
gonna be
will
weird when we see them again.
I will get you a meeting with Sabar. Don't worry, I can take care of it. We'll have to do it at her apartment though. Does manage to smuggle you over to where her apartment is on Cliffside, where she doesn't actually live at the Bridgeport like highest area. She needs to be a little bit more middle of the road so that she can access various areas very quickly. Still absolutely sloshed. Lets you guys in, walking around in her underwear because she is drunk and an exhibitionist.
Yes.
And she looks like Helga Sinclair from Atlantis. So it was a pleasant view for all. Yeah. So she was drunk and smart enough to know to not talk business while drunk. But on the word of her assistant, who she was flirting with heavily,
So
while
hard.
drunk,
So hard.
so hard, they agreed to let you guys stay there overnight, where you did actually take another
You
rest.
slept
Good for you.
2 days in a
We did
row.
sleep.
you
She
rested
went and
so
slept in her
regularly.
room,
So-
made her assistant put her to bed while drunk and flirting with her.
Aw.
And
Yeah.
then in the
HR
middle of
wants
the
a nerd.
night, Seldai was just like, "You know what, I'm out."
So I
And
was like,
left.
Oh,
I'm fucking
I've
done.
got to backtrack us for a second
Go
because I
ahead.
need this to be known. I
Russ, go
need
ahead.
this to be known.
Oh
Yes.
God, is
Because
this
before
what
we
I think it is?
ours, we had a conversation with Saldai in like a park or something.
Yeah, a gazebo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that was we had the conversation of like what we should do about the council and stuff and like all that stuff. And I think the like the proposition of like stealthing around and stuff was put up. It was like you do spy stuff, and Jax was like, "That's not what I do." Like people head on, And I remember this is the moment where we're like, what if we what if the rest of the party does that while Jax poses as a villain to distract the council from the
Right.
stealthy activities of the rest of the party. To
Yep.
which Jax was like, cool, that's the plan.
Yeah, because I believe it was also from Seldai that you guys
Mhm.
learned that the guy that had kind of turned into stone but was like living stone or
Brandon.
whatever
Yep.
got
Mhm.
Name's Brandon.
essentially arrested and put into detainment, even though the city historically doesn't have jails. So you didn't really even know where he was being kept. So you're just like, okay, so even if we don't go after the council, we need some way to get him out. So we could do a jailbreak now and we could sneak in. And then Jax was just like, I don't sneak. And then they were just like, well, Jax can play a distraction while we sneak in and get him.
Yes.
It was a thing, and they're just like, okay, let's go to talk to Sabar first because Seldai was convinced that they could get
This was also
Sabar to talk to you at
the
least.
seeds of a rebellion because we're like, did they lock this guy up just for being magic? Because we're magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
the
was
problem.
the beginning
That
of
was-
Sybil being like, I can't go home. Oh
Yep.
no.
So
Also,
you guys,
I
different
forget
reasons.
I forget where this conversation. I think it happened before the bathhouse, actually.
Yeah.
Or it was either before or after the bathhouse when we came out from the study, and we're like, because this is just now popping in my head, and we're like, and we were talking, and I believe the conversation of like magic coming back was the topic, and like, well, magic is a wild time, and then I think Jax was like, oh well, let's tell we got to tell the people about it. Because I think the concern of like all the magic items people have in their homes
Mhm.
coming
yeah.
back was a thing. And activating and not knowing what they do, like they could just do
Yep.
anything.
Like,
So like
explode.
Yeah, I
yeah,
believe
so,
Like we've done several times already.
Yeah, I believe
Mhm.
that way back in Deepview, where you were meeting with one of the mole contacts, one of them handed something to Sybil
Oh
that the
yeah.
moles had started coming,
Yes, right.
like bringing back, and Sybil was just like, "Oh, well, let me see it. Let me take a look at it." And none of you could figure out how it worked, and accidentally shattered it, and it like just right in front. And they're just like, "What if that happens to all the magic items now?"
Foreshadowing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Jack, we should tell the people in charge because then
Jax wanted to like tell them from the start, yeah.
we can just tell the people in charge so that way they can just
Get rid of
start a
all of them.
plan to get
Yeah,
everything,
take
all those
care of it,
collected
yeah.
and put them
Take care
somewhere.
of it.
Yeah.
Do
And then
what
it
the
was
people in charge are supposed to do in protecting the
Keep everyone
populace.
and then
safe.
They did
it was
but
it was
And
it
then
was I forget who it was, but somebody was like, they won't do that. and
I think
and
that
then
was
Jax was like,
Kale.
well, we should Jax was
Yes,
like,
I
well, we
think that
should
was
just
me.
kill him then.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Gail was like,
then
absolutely
Sybil
not. We couldn't do that. That's illegal.
yeah, like Jax was just like, we should just tell everyone, and then Sybil was just like, we could tell the council. It's kind of their job to take care of people, and Kayla's just like, no, they're not gonna actually do anything. Just for someone that has lived in
Yeah.
Deepview, they don't care.
that's
And
fair.
then
No.
Jax
And then
was
Jax
just
was
like,
like,
well,
let's
then
kill
we
them all.
should kill them, and everybody's just like, no,
No.
Jax, we can't do
Let's
that.
talk to Sabar. Sabar will
Yeah,
definitely listen
let's
to
go to
us.
Sabar. Let's go to my uncle. My uncle is on the council.
He'll
This is
Your uncle
listen.
why we
turns
went
out that
tried.
he was very interested in finding out what he
This
had
is
to
why we
say.
tried.
Yeah,
We did
but
try.
yeah,
We
the
did
next morning
try.
We
you
did
did
try.
like you guys woke up and Sabar
It's a
once
big
again just in
backtrack.
her
Oh,
undies being like using the superiority of making people vaguely uncomfortable by lounging in her underwear in front of you
no,
because
no, no.
she's comfortable in her body.
I'm going to jump back a step because Kale had a nightmare that night, and when they woke up, they were
Oh yeah.
sort of dragony again, and it was a problem because
Yeah,
before they were working on the
Oh
assumption that
I
that was
keep
just
giving
a
you guys
potion.
bad dreams. I keep giving you
But
guys
it
yeah.
bad
happened when they
dreams.
Sybil's
hadn't read the
whole
potion.
is teams. So like
Yeah.
it's gonna
In
keep
the
happening.
in the whole
Yeah.
time the night before, it was like I remember you describing Sabarta Jackson. You're like, she seems capable, and I
Mhm.
was like, cool.
She
B.
was
I want to fight her.
Muscles. Yeah, she's a tough lady. Um,
Okay,
but yeah,
this
so you
happened.
guys had an interesting night. And then the
we
next
rob
morning,
Sabar.
yeah, and then the next morning, Sabar does talk with you guys, is very blunt, very frank, and it's just like, yeah, no, we know that magic is coming back. There's not a whole hell of a lot that I can do about it right now. We're trying to prevent mass panic, essentially.
By not telling anyone what's going on.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's a good
It's
plan, I
not
guess.
her decision alone to make, essentially. And she was somewhat ambivalent about that because she still is able to maintain her power or whatever, as she is. It kind of
I think
guilt
she's
through
still on the
inaction.
list of corrupted ones.
Yeah.
Sabar was on the
She's
list.
on the on the edge. We could turn her.
She at least started on the corrupt side.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like you're just like, yeah. But so about
I
this
believe
guy
it she
that you
became
guys.
correct to fight the corrupt
So
ones. I
yeah,
don't know.
so if you happened, like, so if you're not able to do anything about it, we at least need to get this guy let go that was arrested literally for just having something magical happen to him. And she's just like, if he happens to exist and if he happens to be in this particular location, I can't release him for you because that has to be a council order. But if he were to be released and you did not kill the guards that happened to be there guarding him, then I potentially could be looking the other way while leaving like a paper behind telling you where he is. And she's just like, this is kind of the best that I can do and the best that I am willing to do for you because my assistant asked me to help you. And only because my assistant asked me to help you, because you guys are not motivating. While at the same time also trying to warn you guys about revealing too much of yourselves and who might be important to you. And tried to warn Sybil of like, hey, by the way, letting everyone know what you care about, especially when you're making enemies, is dangerous for the people and things that you care about. And Sybil was just like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Are you threatening me?
I am cool as a cucumber. I am relaxed. I am chill. I am not an innocent grad student going, yeah,
Just like, everything is fine. What are you talking about? And then Sybil immediately turns around and is like, Sabar left us alone with a bunch of documents.
Yep.
We should break into this cabinet.
And we know the council is corrupt, so we should get proof.
Yeah, so she leaves
Yes.
you in her apartment, trusting that you are going to keep the connection that you have forged with her stable. And
Why would we do that?
we're just like, you know what? No, she's corrupt. I'm sure that she's got some sort of documents here because one of you looking around had noticed a safe in her room. So you decided to go and pick the lock to the safe, which also consisted of Sybil going, I'm going to phase my hand through it and use shatter on the lock while phased through.
That's what happened.
While sticking my head into this entirely enclosed box that has no light in it, I can't see.
That's another check for my
and like break the lock, and you're just like, oh shit, well, we broke the lock, we weren't able to pick it, so she's gonna know that we were in here anyway. Let's just take all of this damning evidence with us.
I'm gonna say this right now. I'm gonna say this right now.
What's up?
It was this one. It was this decision.
Yeah.
It was this one.
Yeah.
What about it?
This is the one.
Which the one? What you guys have made a lot of very interesting decisions.
This is the one.
This is the one. I think that was probably that has led to most of our problems.
Yeah, not
it was this and
stealthy.
The majority of our
You're
problems
listing two
from this
decisions that I made. Pick other things.
Anyway,
use other.
But yeah, so.
Jax is in the living room asleep because he's like, you guys do whatever you want.
Yeah,
was like, I don't know. I thought it was
basically a ledger of all of the laws and regulations of the city that happens to also be the cipher for a code that Sabar writes in, along with a lot of notes from that. And
Sybil is a walking library at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Took all of that, and you're just
good
like,
information.
Okay, well, we gotta go. We gotta go now.
Now we're on the run.
Let's go. Yeah, let's get out of here
You've
before
never
she comes
stopped.
back. Why would she come back? Why would she come back? She went
To her home. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like you had the entire day, but like she went to work. So you're just like, yeah, no, let's get out of here as quickly as we can. So you just grabbed that, ran to go let the crystal guy out.
Prison
And it's
break.
this, yeah, like you went to essentially
This is
the
my
outskirts of the
favorite
city
session
up
I've
at the
ever
top,
played.
like where the trees and shit are, to this hidden uh cabin type of prison, essentially this little mini cell prison that had like 15 guards, and the plan was to have Sybil and Kale sneak in while Jax distracts everyone.
Yep.
So
Mhm.
Jax charges forward first and gets all of the guards to come out and fight him, and is going toe to toe with
Let me
15 fucking
let
guards
let,
going,
let me lay the
"We are
scene.
Legion!"
Let me lay the scene because this is one of my favorite things
Mhm.
to ever happen to me
Bring
in a
it,
game
bring
ever.
it, bring it.
we were perched a little bit of ways, and we were talking about how we were gonna go at it. And Jack's like, "I'll go in from the front," like. So we came up with that plan.
Mm-hmm.
Sybil casted disrupting touch, not disrupting, the
Disruption.
distortion. Yeah,
Yeah.
on distortion on
Distortion.
Jax. We had our disguises.
Mm-hmm.
So Jax is wearing
Which were
this like
fucking
hood.
Akatsuki clothes.
Yeah, Jax is wearing this hood
Uh-huh.
with the red clouds on it,
Yep.
and is glitching in and out of existence.
Mm-hmm.
Walks up to where the guards are and goes, "We are Legion, and we are here to judge you.
Mm-hmm.
You have been charged with the crime of, I believe I said you've been charged with the crime of disrespecting or something along those lines. One of the gifted.
Yeah.
I shall now give you your punishment." You had me
Yeah.
roll for intimidation, which I
Yep.
rolled a nat
Yep.
20 on.
Yep.
Which then had my voice boom throughout the space. All of the guards inside passed out from fear.
Yep.
Except like 10 of them, and the 5 that were already outside were like, "Oh my god."
Also,
And they
on the
Yeah.
hill watching this, Sybil and Kale looked at each other and were like, God. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Definitely a god.
100%.
Definitely a god. And then you also
then he
turned to each
proceeded
other.
to
Did
wreck
we
them.
agree on Legion?
Yeah, we're like, we
Mm-mm.
didn't name this.
Fuck is
Also,
Legion?
Jax is terrifying.
This
I have
Oh my
this
God.
was Jax enacting out the villain. This was him setting up his
Being
villain
villain.
spree.
Mhm.
Because he thought
Great.
this was the plan.
It
So
was
good.
great.
He's like, "Oh,
And
that's
then he
what we're
was great.
doing."
fought 15 soldiers at the same time.
really
Oh, yeah.
15.
And wrecked them.
Yeah, you
I
you
didn't have any.
completely wrecked it. Like
This
going
whole
hand to hand against armored soldiers with like short spears and short swords. Like, yeah.
I don't
Yeah, it
even think I
was
became impaired in that fight. I got pretty low
No.
on my might pool, but I didn't even
yeah,
become
you
impaired
got
in
pretty
that
low.
fight.
You
You
did
have
get hit.
regularly gotten
That
pretty low. You
came
did get hit a
later.
couple of times. You got stabbed with swords.
I have a
And
note
like,
from the
which was
next
one of
one
the
about.
reasons, yeah, one of the
Yeah.
reasons why Kale was just like, you got stabbed with swords. That
You didn't
kills
die.
people. And Jax was just like, no, it
Oh
doesn't.
no, literally, I don't have any notes from. This is session 10. If you're
Yeah.
keeping track, because
go
in
watch
real
session
life
10.
on session 10, I was like, let's do a tipsy stream, and I don't have any notes from session 10 whatsoever. And now
Well-
it's been a year, and I don't remember what happened.
Well, you guys went in. You guys, while Jax
We did a
was
jailbreak.
just like 1 on like 15,
I
like
want to be
mono,
15,
like,
man. It's a great time.
like just
pretty good.
going at it after all of these guys. You guys snuck in past the unconscious bodies of those who like passed out in fear from the natural 20 godling going at them, essentially.
Yeah.
And then found a man that seemed to be made entirely out of obsidian crystal.
Brandon.
Yeah.
Give him such a
behind-
chill
yeah,
name.
behind a doorway because I kept naming him and forgetting what I named him. So like at one point I
I
was just like, he is now Brandon. It is
I
like the
think it was
most
originally
ordinary name that
Brock.
I could.
And then we
Something
decided
like
that was a little too on the nose because we're like, he's just a rock dude.
Yeah. So yeah.
I
So
also
he
wrote
became
down
Brandon.
Brandel a lot.
Or
Brandel,
was
which
it
is
Braden?
nothing.
Was he Braden?
It might have been
It was a B
Braden. It
name.
might have been Brandon. And like I gave him a
I
bunch
thought
of
it-
Brendan.
names.
It was
I thought it was always
Brendan. With an
Brendan.
Okay.
Brendan,
Brendan.
Okay. But
as
yeah,
opposed to
so like
Brendan.
you guys got in there, managed to get him out. He saw Sybil phase through the bars to get to
Oh
him
yeah.
and was just like, you guys are more terrifying than the guards, but
We
couldn't
are.
talk because he had like been injured at his throat during the fight, and you had to mend him instead of heal him because he was made out of crystal. He was not made out of flesh and bone.
Yeah. I got rid of that power. I can't ever do that again. I switched it out.
Yep.
Cool.
But
Like this with them.
yeah, you got after Jax had defeated / chased away all of the guards, you got him out, and Hale was able to find one of the hidden passageways from Deep View to this area because they had to have gotten him through to there
For Balder.
somehow.
That was also when we first got our like tier 1 from our magic ones.
Mhm.
Around
Oh,
that, so I
yeah.
had shock. So I was doing 9 damage.
Yeah, you were just like you were obliterating those
Stupid amount of
guys.
damage.
That's what
Yeah,
I have
so
for the
you-
next one.
So you
Mhm.
had
Used
Brendan with you, Brendan, the crystal guy, in this tunnel, and on uh, this next session, you met the cave wall inspector.
There was a lot of
Wall
cave walls.
inspector,
Did you
all
know
the way down.
Enter Baldur.
how long it took before I personally understood that was a joke? I thought that I couldn't tell. And
But
you
it
kept
was-
saying he was a cave inspector. And it's
Hale
like,
knew
what does that mean?
immediately.
Oh.
It,
He was
it
like,
was
"That's
it
not
was
a
him lying
thing."
very badly. It was him lying
Have
very,
you ever
very
lied
badly in character.
so poorly that you just confused everyone instead? Yes.
Yeah, that is what he did.
I think so. I
But
think
yeah,
that was the
so-
goal. Yeah.
But yeah, so that is where Balder first showed up when Joel was a long-term guest as a trial thing, and then we eventually were just like, no, we like you too much.
We're
You have to
keeping
stay.
you.
Yes.
Yeah, we're keeping you.
We've kidnapped
But yeah,
you.
You can't leave.
Yeah.
Balder was lost in the tunnels, and you guys were like claimed to be a cave wall inspector when you came across him. And then was just like, oh yeah, no, I was lying about that, and I was also lying about my name being Sapphire when he discovered, hey, you're not supposed to be here either. And because he wanted to go back in the direction that the guards were defeated in, because he was looking for something or someone, you're just like, no, you're not allowed to. You have to come with us instead. And this was your first real kidnapping.
We were like, you don't want to go there. There's gonna be
Yeah,
some
you don't want
stuff
to go there, but
happening there.
no,
in a
I
minute.
actually do want to go there. I actually do want to go there. Well, you can't go there. You have to come with us. Well,
If you
you're
go
not
that way, you
giving
will get
me a
arrested.
choice- Yeah, if you're not giving me a choice, and this is where the
was kind
like
of
constant
kidnapping.
claim. This is the constant claim of
Kind
no,
of.
I've been kidnapped. No, I've been kidnapped.
No, because here's the
Constantly, ever
thing.
since this moment. Ever since this
Here's the
moment.
thing. I don't think Balder had any intention of coming with us at all, even though he said so. But then Jax was like, "Oh, you're expecting walls? I'll help you." And he punched the wall and like broke through the brick, and and he
Mhm.
did it pure because he also was just like, "Oh, you're a cave inspector. That's cool. I'll help you out." Like,
The only one
he
who
did
did
it-
not buy that obvious lie.
Yeah,
Jax
only one.
also definitely, like within the first meeting, threatened Balder's life. That is
couple
one
times,
of the
yeah.
things that I have written down. Just that it's not a great way to start a relationship. And
Yeah.
also, I need it to be known that, like, literally within the journalist, I guess we could kill him just from the start. It's
Yeah,
just
if he's gonna lead the guards back to you, I guess we could. But
Hale
yeah,
managed to calm things down and also pry the story out of Balder that Balder was looking for someone who was maybe lost in the
Yep.
cave system. And Kale was like, I am going to help you because I morally cannot let someone stay lost in these tunnels, which I nearly died in.
Yep.
multiple times. Like
But
last
but you made it down,
like yesterday.
Yeah.
and you exited and got Brendan like kind of rolled up with
No, I'm gonna call him Brundon.
some contacts
Brundle.
that Balder had with the various water-faring
Brundle of rocks.
folk of the river and lake.
Brundle.
Some pirate friends.
Yeah, so some pirate and shipping friends. Has worked both legitimate and illegitimate jobs on boats.
Legal and illegally.
Yeah.
Sorry? Take that again?
Legally and illegally.
Illegally.
Legally is when the Eagles have
No
lost.
notes. 10 out of 10.
Yes. But yeah, so you guys got him situated with some of Baldur's contacts, and like through those contacts we're just like, yeah, we'll like drop him off across the lake at a bar
Oh.
that Baldur had been familiar with in some fashion, that has been left unnamed to this day. Yep.
We're
Foreshadowing.
we're also getting to the really fun bits where every
Uh-huh.
Now it gets crazy.
But yeah, so like deciding that it would be beneficial if you went into hiding because you had stolen some shit from Sabar, you guys go back into Deepview to kind of hang out in one of the houses there, and get some extra supplies, and while there attempt to go through this whole like investigating the papers that were kept, which Kale and Balder were kind of doing, while Sybil like had a moment of what the fuck is happening, and
A
a
mental
very touching
breakdown?
scene. Yeah, a very touching scene between Jax and Sybil, where Jax is just like, "No, I'll help you get your life back." It was very very sweet.
It was very
But yeah,
That's
Sybil.
that's clipped, by the way. You can see
That
that.
Yes.
that is
Oh.
clipped. But yeah, so like it was very very sweet. But yeah, the academic that was the one that should theoretically be like deciphering from the cipher and like reading all of these things was
No.
having a mental breakdown. So the pirate that can't write and the tea shop owner from Deepview were attempting to get through those
deciphered
papers, and they
things.
rolled very well. They did roll
Yeah.
very well. So they discovered that there are a variety of corruptions from the council level down that have all been hidden by Sabar, either by
Also,
Sabar's
they've known
order
about
or
this for
being
like
ordered to Sabar. Yeah,
yeah,
they've
they've known
known
about this for
about
like
magic
5 years.
gradually waking up over the past approximately 5 years. And yeah, Uncle Harper has essentially been running his school like the mafia, taking out like random students that are a threat either to knowing too much and not wanting to play along, or being a danger to those who are under his influence in some fashion. And a variety of other really creepy shit from most of the council, which is where you got the list of the corrupted and incorrupt.
Yeah.
And the only one that you didn't have on that list as potentially corrupt is the one that is not regularly in the city.
Yelp.
The council member that is in charge of liaison with various other city states that will come back in the near future.
There's a council meeting coming up very
Yeah.
soon.
Liaison, you say?
Yeah,
Very,
he
very
is. Yeah, he's in charge of liaison and communications and basically emissary to various other city states. Yeah, yeah. We got a little knowing face right there from McStell. But yeah, so when you woke up the next morning after sleeping, which was another nightmare night for Sybil, and Balder got to experience one of
We love it.
Sybil's illusory terrain nightmares going on in the entire room. It was
Oh boy.
bad. And
Oh.
another night where Jax had been scary for Sybil because Jax was part of the dream and like sat up from where Jax was sleeping as part of the illusion. It was like very freaky. Yeah. You've had a
I
couple.
so
You've had a
vaguely
couple of
remember this.
nightmares that also involved like Jax being terrifying, because Jax is terrifying if you're his enemy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No mercy.
So
This
like
also
There's
is
also
when
yeah.
you
the
go ahead.
kidnapping allegations started.
Yeah.
Mm,
That Sybil was
Yeah.
kidnapped.
This was
Yeah.
also the one time that Kale had a good night's sleep because they'd taken a bunch of their belongings from their tea house because they're like,
Mhm.
oh, the
Oh,
council's going to take this
yeah.
away from me.
Yeah.
And they
Mm.
just
Yeah,
piled
because
it up under them.
we just stole a bunch of stuff from the council
Yeah.
members. They're gonna take my tea shop. I've just got to take my stuff with me. Yeah.
So Kale
Yeah.
didn't trust
This-
Balder a ton yet and was like, I'm just going to sleep on all of my things so they don't get stolen.
Like
and
a
then
dragon
had a great
horde.
sleep. Just had a
Yeah,
great
like a
sleep
dragon
for some
horde.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
This is
when
also
you woke up
another
next
night
morning,
of a cool tender moment between Jax and Sybil.
yeah, Sybil
Because
fell asleep against Jax when she woke up
Yeah.
and like was
Oh.
like disturbed from the nightmare. It was
So
very,
cute.
very cute.
because he could
Um,
tell she was like struggling. He was like, "Hey, come here, like it's okay,
Just
sleep
come
here."
rest on my shoulder. It was very, very sweet.
Mhm.
But yeah, when you
They're
woke
just
up the next
besties.
morning,
Yeah,
after after Balder complained about being kidnapped, went, I can go get us some breakfast or something. And then went out
We gave
to
him all our
go
money.
get breakfast with your money
all
and
your
get
money.
more
Yeah.
supplies because you're gonna have to go into hiding again. And then came back, witnessing the various watchmen and guards having infiltrated Deep View, searching for your guys, and then came back inside going, hey, you guys know that, like, you guys are being, like, targeted by
Like
the
wanted
watchmen.
criminals.
You're wanted criminals now, right?
We let that
Cool.
go on for a
And then
while.
went to sit in front of the door again, outside of your control, while kidnapped, to like I think play a harmonica or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. And then
And a couple
canvass
of
the
watchmen,
townspeople.
yeah, a couple of the watchmen came over and like showed him some wanted posters of you guys, very like weirdly drawn, like just a couple of things just weren't right because Harper did not get a good look at you guys. Of the two of you,
He
and
didn't care.
then
They
one
really
that was like
didn't
a
look,
couple
yeah.
years old, perfectly depicted of Sybil. Like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
these two have kidnapped Sybil.
Yes. This
And
poor high class girl.
yeah, this poor academy
Oh,
student
child.
has been abducted by these two wanted criminals.
They
What-
also made
And
it
the
sound like they
reason
were
why
like
is not
10.
known yet. Blah
Yeah.
blah blah.
Like
They were
she's
like, "You
she's
kidnapped
just
a
a
kid?"
kid. Just
Like
like
she was a
no.
child.
Yeah, like it was, and then Balder was just like, I have no idea. Can I keep this? And they didn't want to say yes, but Balder kept them anyway. And then once they had
Yeah.
walked off, went back inside to show you the wanted posters of yourself, which made you guys panic. Contact the moles again to sound out a couple more messages on what was going on. That was your second contact to your brother, going,
Yes.
don't worry, if this comes to you guys, because this is definitely from one of the like portraits that was done. This picture that is on the wand poster is definitely from one of the portraits that was done from my family. So Harper had to contact them to get it. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm not
Not
kidnapped.
kidnapped.
I'll talk to you guys soon. Just tell the moms not to
BRB.
worry. Yeah,
Call
just
off
tell the
moms.
moms
Big
not
deal.
to worry. It's okay. Just call them off.
It did not work.
Fine.
Yeah.
Spoiler.
No.
So, sending off these messages and having gotten your various supplies, you decide to hide underground yet again. This time on purpose.
This is when everything went wrong. Again.
Go back to the like basically back to dive down into the water. This time on purpose. Instead of a fight really getting going, Balder at the time is just like, hey, by the way, I am just going to talk at the sea serpent. It can understand me. It is intelligent enough to understand me. So I am now going to talk at it. And we are talking to each other long enough to where I am absorbing its language and talk with it and befriend the sea serpent creature and then ride it to where you guys are at the border of this underground water.
Casual.
Yep.
Just made friends with it instead. Went back and decided instead of taking a right, you hung a left. once you got to the Skyway, to explore in a different direction, because why not explore in this different direction? And you found where
Oh,
Brendan
The wall.
had
Yeah. This is it.
accidentally encountered something that
We love
awoke
the
things
wall.
within him. It was your first encounter
Can't wait
with
to go
the
back.
Oracle Wall, which is this small room.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah,
It is now.
that is what it's called.
No.
It's called the Oracle Wall, dude.
Guys, we have to go lick the Oracle Wall.
We gotta go lick the Oracle wall.
We gotta go lick the Oracle
Wait.
It's
Wall.
a wall
No.
of rough obsidian that is bleeding this sparkling magical ooze.
Just
We're gonna
raw
go
magic.
lick it.
Look, this is. I'm fast forwarding a tiny bit here. This
Yeah.
is the first place that Jack saw those eyes
Mhm.
looking at him through this
Mhm.
wall.
Yeah.
And he told me it's been called the Oracle Wall.
The
Yeah.
whole time.
Yeah.
Also, whose eyes are those? I still don't know.
You still don't know. But yeah, so you get to this room and like you can feel the power emanating from it, and like the one that has premonitions, the one that has visions, sees eyes watching him from within this reflective
Incredible.
obsidian crystal wall. And Kale gets a little too close, and boom,
No.
dragon's out again.
I think we threw something at it, and it
Oh, it
exploded
wasn't.
everyone.
yeah.
It was not a we. It was a Balder.
It was
a
Balder. Yeah,
Balder.
Balder
it was
had
fire.
had a
was a
torch
torch.
for light. Not that it
Mhm.
was really needed, but had a torch for
Mm-mm.
light. And that like decided that it was a wise idea to throw a flaming torch at this wall that was bleeding some sort of unknown sparkling substance
Totally normal.
that caused
Great.
a magical
ideas.
boom, and that had Jax swinging in front of Sybil and Balder
to be a
to try and
pattern here.
protect them because they were nearest to him. And his power accidentally went off as well, causing them to get shocked. Tail randomly dragons out, freaks out, blames Jax, and then we've
Yep.
got unconscious, partially see-through Sybil and unconscious Balder on the ground having been shocked, and Jax standing there feeling like it is all his fault after Kale rushes off with Pico
The
chasing
angry
after him.
Kale. Angry Kale, who was scared that they had now they couldn't deny anymore that they were in fact turning into a dragon. It had nothing to do with
Yeah, and-
potions.
and
Took out
then
their anger
Jax-
on
yeah.
Jax.
Yeah, and then Jax,
Okay.
feeling like it was his fault because he had accidentally shocked his friends, went off to handle shit on his own.
Mhm.
First
This is
time
quite
I
literally
executed my
the
friend.
time
Left-
where everything goes wrong.
Left
Everything.
unconscious
moment.
Balder
Yeah,
and Sybil to just
leaves
lie
his
there in
friends
the room.
unconscious while Kale and Pico eventually catch up with each other and have a little heart-to-heart about
About this
what
whole turning
is
into a
going
dragon
on
thing.
with Kale. It was developing for Kale. Yeah, no, you're becoming a dragon. You'll be able to eventually transform back and forth. And technically, you are the reincarnated guardian of nature from an entire line
Right.
of guardians of nature that can all kind of
Yeah.
turn into dragons. And no, it's not really a bloodline thing. It's a something about your spirit calls to us. And you found one of the things that can help awaken it in you. So yeah, if you hadn't found me, you wouldn't have this happening to you, but you'd always feel empty. It's that type of conversation.
Casual.
Yeah.
And a promise
Also,
of, yes, I will be
inescapably.
honest with you.
It's an inescapable change.
Yeah, inescapable change. But it's also the agreement of, yes, I will be honest with you, and I will stop hiding things from you if you agree to not run from it when I tell you. Because he had been very, Pico had been very close to the chest with certain things thus far because they were very, very, very well aware of the fact that Kale could not handle it currently.
It's like they're also empathetic or something, and they can see right through Kale's bullshit.
Oh.
just a little bit. But yeah, it was a nice little conversation where your little
Or
guardian
they just
dragon.
watch Kale in general.
Yeah.
It was like,
Yeah.
they like to
Yeah.
run from their feelings.
It's like, oh yeah, this one can't. No.
But yeah,
No.
they have a little guardian dragon that is basically
Guardian,
their guide to becoming the next guardian of nature, and others will gradually be awakening with the resurgence of magic. Finding them
Yeah.
can be something that you choose to do, but
There were
he will
thousands of them in
tell you
information.
things. Yeah, he will tell you things as they come up and as he remembers them if you are able to handle them and he trusts that you won't run from it. But you did
Cool.
I
resolve
did
it for the
see
most
5
part.
million of them in
No,
my
they
visions.
were not fight. You just increase the number every time. Every time you talk about it, it just gets bigger every
They were
time.
a
1 billion
But-
dragons.
billion
But yeah,
dragons.
so you guys
Billion. Ooh,
gradually got that shit together while unconscious in the
Except
room.
now Jax is missing.
Yeah.
Oh no.
While unconscious in the room, Sybil's other powers, the dream powers, started to manifest
Right.
even more, and you got to pass into Baldur's dream
And it
and
was
see some of the
horrible.
stuff that Baldur was dreaming about, and it was interesting. It was a time. It was a
You ever
time.
get trapped on a boat with somebody? Terrible.
And Baldur was the one that was dreaming, so did not like want to believe that it was a dream because it was a dream. You don't believe that you're dreaming when you're dreaming. It's a thing. But yeah, so it was an interesting time. It was an interesting time. Got to find out a little bit about Baldur, a little bit about the like whole piratey history thing. Not a whole hell of a
The
lot.
song that keeps playing in Baldur's head.
You did get to
Yeah.
hear the song at least that keeps playing in
That
Baldur's
Sybil has
head.
never no, I think she's only recently brought it up. But like
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, so you did eventually wake up and decide to attempt to get some of the goo from the wall using your incorporeality in an attempt to like not have it like touch you, because I was just like, you're gonna touch it? And I was like, no, not if you're gonna
That has
say it
some
like
longer.
that. I'm not gonna touch it.
Will next time. Next time we're
Yeah.
just licking it.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
he'll be
so
the next time.
you actually, I think, even used a cipher because you didn't roll high enough the first time. You're just like, yeah, no, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. And got the first vial of that stuff from the wall. And
Hell
then
yeah.
as Kale comes back, you realize that Jax isn't with Kale. Jax isn't with you guys. Where's Jax? So Kale has to use their find the way explorer type abilities to track down where Jax has gone, and it turns out that Jax has decided to go all the way up those stairs again to go and fight the council himself.
Hmm.
Which when he gets up there, he intimidates one of the watchmen to fetch Sabar for him. The council member in charge of safety and mediation, the fighter of the group.
Brief aside, will it mess up with the cameras if I head out now? I gotta get going.
Yes, but I can fix it really quick. We're going to be
Okay,
right
cool.
back, and we'll be back with you guys with the rest of the campaign shortly.
Awesome.
back with what Jax was doing in this episode as everybody else was dealing with trauma. Jax was dealing with trauma his own special way by going and picking a fight with
Such a
the most
special way.
powerful character that he could. Um,
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah,
what
so
you do.
he beat them all up to the top of the stairs very easily. And when encountering, it was the middle of the night, of course, when encountering the watchman that was on duty up there, was just like, no, I'm going to intimidate you into bringing Sabar here because I am handling this shit now.
Go
Um,
get her.
yeah. So while everybody else is panicking and trying to catch up to wherever the fuck Jax went, the watchman does go and fetch the boss. Again, middle of the night, and she comes with a small uh, platoon, essentially, of watchmen with her. And it's just like, no, no, I'll handle this myself. And is just like, I've got to arrest you. What the fuck? I've got to arrest you now. Why would you call me here? And they get into a knockdown drag out fight where Jax very skillfully does avoid getting hit multiple times.
I mean,
It hits her a couple of times.
I
Not
rolled the best I rolled
yeah,
on my defense task, I think, ever
ever,
on that one.
ever. Yeah,
I kept hitting the target. So
oh yeah. But yeah, so he just you hit a couple of times. It wasn't doing as much damage as you really wanted to. She was starting to show hints of her own power because she's also starting to develop magical powers as well. You
ooh,
rolled really,
she
really
fast.
well on defense
she's really
and
fucking
managed
fast.
to avoid getting hit. She was very, very fast. And like I think in the fight, she hit you a total of 3 times, but those three
Yeah,
times knocked you down to what was it? Three
three
or
intellect.
four?
It was
Yeah, three
three.
intellect.
I remember
So it knocked
specifically.
you
It was three
completely
because I
God
out
was
of
so
fight,
close.
damn.
One more hit, I
completely
would have
out
been
of
dead.
speed.
Yeah.
Most of the way
Yeah, because
through
we had to go
intellect,
get
you
him.
were almost
We had to go physically
dead.
carry him.
Yeah, you were almost dead. And then she says, "Stay down and don't talk. I am leaving you
But you couldn't
alive because
give up.
she likes you." Did not say who the she was. Did
We
not
figured
say
it out.
who it was that was
Did we
so
figure it
important
out?
to Sabar.
I figured it out.
Jax was able to. Was so important to Sabar, but uh, just left you barely conscious, in and out of awareness, in the middle of the street, saying, "Leave this as a warning for the others. We'll send someone to collect the body in the morning," to the other watchman, and walked off with the watchman, leaving you alive, barely, in the street, to be
There
eventually found by your group.
there's a couple of things. One,
Yes.
Jax has to have become a legend now. I feel amongst the guards in the city.
Alleged.
Yeah, because you fought Sabar, and not only did she think that you were dead, but you have come back. You survived fighting Sabar. Even the Lancers don't fuck with Sabar.
And I distinctly remember you describing it, and like they couldn't follow how fast the two of them were moving.
Yeah,
And I
that
was like,
fucking
yeah.
fast.
I was like, this is the anime fight I've always wanted.
Yeah, that fucking fast, because
Yeah, you
she
got fucking
moved.
wrecked.
She
Yeah,
moved
that's fine.
as fast or faster than Gem did. Gem is coming up, audience. Just
Oh,
you
Jem.
wait and see.
Fuck
Giving
that
him
guy.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys had a knockdown drag out fight. You managed to hit her several times, which is legendary enough, but you managed to survive 3 shots from her, and you came back afterwards. So as far as the like populace of the guards are aware, you have come back to life because they don't know what happens later on. Um,
I'm still.
Foreshadowing,
Who's
foreshadowing,
the
foreshadowing.
she? I'm still on
Uh,
that.
in the fight, and while laying there
Oh,
barely
damn you.
conscious, Jax
Yeah, for
did
real.
figure out that Sabar had referenced enough to be meaning her assistant, Seldai.
Mm.
Seldai, whose pronouns are they, she. Um,
That's the thing that always confused me because
Yeah.
because Lev's
You thought it was-
pronouns, and I
yeah,
was
are
like,
they them?
Saldai's
You-
only a they them. Incorrect.
Seldai was given to me as a they, she. Seldai was given to me
Understandable.
as a they, she. That might have changed since then. I don't know. We, again, are
Seldai
intending to
is
have
a
Lev back. Seldai is Seldai.
Seldai is
And
a
Lev is
is a
Lev.
character in motion. They can
Yeah.
change their pronouns as they wish.
Yep.
You know,
But yeah, so Jax did figure out that Sabar was referring to Seldai because Sabar is actually out of character. Sabar is actually like fully in love with and doesn't understand how love works. Seldai. Like,
Yeah.
does not understand enough about how love works to know how to make it work. But yeah, like Seldai.
she's just like Jax for real. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so you guys
He's
did
supposed to do
make it back up there before daybreak and found Jax like beat to shit in the middle
Fucking
of the street.
dead. Fucking dead,
And
bro.
through
I
the
distinctly remember him thinking. I don't know. I forget if I described this. I think I did. But I distinctly remember him thinking about how his aunt was not there for him in this, like this, because he thought he was gonna die. And he's like, "Oh, this is it." And he's like, "My
and she
aunt,
just never
my
appeared or
family,
anything.
nobody's around me. I'm alone again." Was something that went through his head. Like, I'm
Yeah.
alone again. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
this is
was
where
that
how it's
being
gonna end.
alone thing really stuck with him.
Mhm.
Yeah. But they appeared. Like, I think as you were thinking that, your friends did show up for you. And through the collective strength of all three of them, lifted your muscly ass up and into the still currently empty home of that
yeah.
other council member and dragged him up all the way up the stairs.
Yeah, I don't know why
one
we
of the
went.
downstairs.
We
All
said
the
we
way
have
up
to
the
take him to
stairs.
the really big bed. He's
Gotta take him
dying.
to
He
the big
deserves
bed,
a large
really big
bed.
They dragged him up the stairs and into the fancy ass room with the giant
So that he could bleed
fucking
on the
bed.
sheets, yeah.
And Jax
There were punches. He
was
wasn't
just like,
bleeding.
okay,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, it was
gonna-
all
Mm,
internal.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
all internal
It's
bleeding.
where
That's
the
where
blood
the
is
blood
supposed to be.
belongs.
Yeah.
The blood belongs inside. But yeah, and that is where, like, okay, Kale decides to pass out because it's just what the fuck is going on, and Baldur's just like, I'm going to sleep. Fuck you guys. And Jax was just like, I'm gonna pass out for the rest of eternity to heal and whatnot. But Sybil was a little too anxious, stayed up, watching over them as all of them slept. And now we get into the dream episode.
The dream. Oh yeah, because this is when I was
Dream
gone.
episode, yeah, because Maggie was down for a session, so we did a dream episode
Yeah.
where we actually just saw what was going on in their dreams because Sybil's power kind of ricocheted out along with that anxiety to affect all of them, dragging into this transitionary dream between all three of them of like this history going on in with Baldur, like the actual seeing Baldur as a kid and interacting with Ace, who you had vaguely heard of as the person that Baldur is looking for. And Jax got to see the growth and fall of a variety of societies and settlements where Isenbridge is over various eras, the waking and sleeping of magic, with Aunt Tatanva standing right next to him and talking to him about what happens over time. And Jax was pretty sure that it was the actual Tatanva, not just one from his dreams.
Okay, cool. Because I wasn't sure if she was actually in my dream or not.
Oh,
The actual.
it looks like Joel's trying to join. It looks like Joel's trying to join.
Yeah.
Just a minute, we're gonna
Yeah.
be right back again because I'm gonna set up the cameras for that.
Hell
Yeah.
have a Joel. Joel
Hello,
joined
hello.
us later in the recap, just like Joel joined us later in the campaign.
Yeah.
Wow.
You skipped all the
Copy.
boring
There's
bits that you
also-
weren't in
yeah.
anyway.
Nah, good. That's how I like
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
So we have gotten to
Oh,
the
Jax is
dream
fighting
episode
prison
after
boring.
Jax just got his ass kicked by Sabar.
Oh, that's immediately.
Yep.
That's immediately after I joined.
Yep.
Amazing.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
you had the little dream episode where we got to see some of what had been going on with Balder when he was a little baby kid, little kid.
A lot of
little bit of
bullying.
interaction. Either it was with the real Ace and you're not sure, or with a dream version of Ace when you were like sleeping, you're not really sure at this point if that was like the real personality of Ace, but it's not like actual memories because you don't remember Ace acting like that with you when you were a kid. You have very fond memories of Ace as a kid.
No concern.
Yeah, it was a thing. But yeah, you got to see a little bit of Volver as a kid. You got to see Jax having those moments of watching time and magic pass, and a little bit of advice-ish from his oh so wonderful, if chaotic, aunt Tatanba.
I just wanted to
And
be known that since then, he believes that he has lived for eons.
of course. Of
Does
course.
he really?
It's like that one
Of
quote
course
from
he
Archer
does.
where he's like, I don't believe that I personally can die.
That's
It's
so
it's
fair.
that whole
He
thing
hasn't
of
died yet. Well, he hasn't
have
Not
you
even one, he did.
maintained death
Actually,
He's literally the
yet. He
only
has
one who
not
has.
maintained
He
death
has.
yet. Yeah, he has not maintained death
well,
yet. He has
hold
But
on.
not
could
proven that
anybody
he
else
can
come back?
die permanently.
He hasn't died yet. Spoilers.
Could anybody else come out? Come back like you know, like
You don't know?
maybe.
question though. Not
What's
a
up?
question. A statement is what it
Yeah.
is. Yeah, I don't know if y'all remember, but after that event, he was like, "Oh no, y'all have seen centuries pass." Like
Yeah.
he did that. He said that multiple times. He
Yeah.
stopped saying it since because he's like, nobody believes me, but it's true.
It's so
But you
bad.
know,
He's like
there's a
that
lot
dude
of
in the
things that
corner
you
of the
said at the
party, like,
start
they
that people
know.
didn't believe you about, and then they started believing you again later when it was proven. So, you know, it might come back around. You don't know. You don't know.
It's
But
wild
yeah,
because Jackson made statements that I knew weren't true,
yeah.
but have become true. And I was like,
I will full
well,
on take all the crazy you guys throw my way.
That's probably good.
Mhm.
'Cause-
But
It's
yeah,
yeah.
like, and
ridiculous.
then of course, Kale was also asleep, and you got to see several of Kale's past lives and the
Yup.
Yeah.
lesson that was provided to Kale about how a lot of the regrets that those past lives had related to running away from their problems and running away from things that scared them, and then changing their mind and coming back too late.
They're a runner, they're a track
Yeah.
star.
But within that time frame, they also got, or within that dream, they also got to see how one of those lives was too late to assist with the rescue of the falling of the Sky Kingdom that seemed to be populated by people of willowy builds with white cloudy curly hair and blue skin. And
That's not familiar.
yeah.
Nope. Don't know
And
who that is.
then the dreams started to bleed into each other, where like from the boat that Balder had somehow transitioned to being on, you guys saw the fall of several of those pieces of the Sky Kingdom, and Jax joined you guys, and then it was this weird transitionary dream thing of eventually being in the skyway underground leading towards the study, and some sort of dream figure attempting to attack you and being fought off by Aunt Tatanba, and her hinting that there was another person within the city that had dream powers that could invade others' dreams that you guys have not seen
I don't
hide nor
remember.
hair of
I
again.
don't remember
since.
hearing that.
You
at
weren't
all.
there.
I know, but Sybil heard
Yeah,
this, and I watched the episode afterwards.
You had to watch the dream, but it was just a part of a very big episode. So yeah,
There's so many
you guys
things.
We
have
have not
not.
investigated at all.
Yeah, you have not investigated that at all. How are you going to investigate that, though? Honestly,
I
how
don't
are you
know.
going to investigate that? But
Gotta
yeah,
dream it
so
again.
We're gonna go lick the oracle wall, and then we're gonna do some tests. We've already
There's gonna
discussed
be a-
this, Evie.
yeah,
We just
Yeah.
have to do that thing of like, you know how they do it in Inception, but with Sybil being the Inception.
yeah.
I feel like
We have to go deeper.
I feel like Jax wouldn't want Sybil in his mind right now, considering what's happening.
That's
Aw.
not true at all.
But either way,
Sybil's in his
they
mind.
did eventually wake back up. Sybil told them that she was able to see all of that,
She had a
which
horrible
freaked
night.
several of them out. And then they were just like, you know what? We're gonna go hide again. We're gonna go hide again because Sabar left Jax unconscious in the middle of the road, and we need to get out of here before they start searching the nearby buildings since his body isn't there anymore. And all of this is just terrifying.
We also went
So
to
he
go get
decided-
potion ingredients
Yeah,
because
decided
Jax
to
is
go get
still
potion
very,
ingredients
very
to try
damaged.
and heal.
Mhm.
And
In
on
like
your
5
walk
sessions
down,
to get
you
back from that
hear.
fight.
Well, not all of you managed to hear. Only one of you rolled high enough on the perception roll, which was actually Sybil. Heard some sort of bang that might have been thunder overhead, but it kind of looked
I don't think
cloudy.
I ever talked about this.
Yeah, it looked kind of cloudy.
God damn it.
Outside before you guys
We're so
decided
good at
to
this.
descend the stairs. And you said,
I know what
thought
that
I heard
is.
thunder. Yeah, you said, I thought I heard thunder or something to that effect. And they're just like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah. It did
It's like,
not
oh,
make
that's
sense
weird.
that you would hear that deep into the stairwell, but you did.
Well, that was the academy, right?
Yeah, that was the academy blowing
That was the
up.
academy just blowing the
Oh,
fuck up.
Yeah,
Of
that was
course,
the academy
yes.
blowing up.
Rip.
But you guys
Mhm.
went down the stairs and decided to go back to the study instead of the Oracle Wall because there was a lot of dramatic shit that happened at the Oracle Wall, and you didn't know that that's what it was at the time. Introduced Balder to the snarky ball of light so that he would not be
Oh, yeah.
seen as an intruder on the space. And well, Balder had a nice long conversation with the snarky ball of light and realized that it is just a mental and personality imprint upon a magical vessel that does not feel emotion the same way that a human does.
Mhm.
And a couple of other historical things that had been theoretically either past or are on the way, and that's why he's still there. Sybil went to go and attempt to create some healing potions, but Jax was just
Yep.
rolling recovery rolls and didn't stick around for all of that. So once, while Sybil was still making potions, once Balder came back out, Jax and Balder were just like, "Hey, let's go get a drink. This has all just been a lot." So they went up to Deepview instead. They went.
We did do
past-
that.
Yeah,
So
they
fucking
went
rude.
past the water
Yeah.
and decided to climb the wall instead of trying to take the stairs because they weren't sure where on the stairs to exit
My
to get
greatest
to
enemy.
Deep View. Went past
Climbing
drink.
and or descending.
Yeah, Jax
Vertical
rolled really, really badly on climbing. Again,
Changes
Jax
in
is really bad at
elevation.
climbing.
I
Jax is really bad at
discovered-
climbing.
I remembered today that I rolled a nat 1 on my jumping off the cliff for my intro scene.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it is a memorable thing. I have remembered that ever since. I
Yeah.
am going to introduce my character by jumping off of a cliff. I'm just like, you're going to jump off the cliff. Okay, we're not going to have it be like the cliffs of Ice and Bridge.
Yes.
Because he wasn't
Yeah.
there yet. It makes
Yeah.
sense.
But yeah, you rolled a nat 1. But yeah, so you
Imagine if he
rolled a
died
lot of
in
really
mid-
bad rolls to try and climb up the side of the wall again, and eventually had to be helped by Balder. But you guys went up to Deepview,
Mhm.
went to a bar, started to have a drink, heard well there that yeah, there's some shit going on. The guards are trying to siege the place, it's weird, and started freaking out, going, wait, what? No, there's a fight? Jax went to fight the other, and Balder was just like, fuck, we gotta get the others too, and ran to get you guys. Which at that point you had already been like, where the hell did they go? And
Not
started going
pleased.
after them as well.
Yeah, somebody got pissy.
We had to have a
Yeah.
conversation about leaving
Yeah.
the group without telling you where you're going.
Yeah.
Wait, and what was
Because
it? What was it that
twice-
happened
twice
immediately
from-
after that?
Twice from
Okay, but that's the future.
twice from Jax. Twice from Jax.
Twice. Listen, you missed this part. We're talking about the whole thing up to here. This is coming fresh off the last time Jax disappeared without telling somebody, he almost fucking died. So Sybil was
Yeah.
pissed.
Yeah.
That's-
But
Yeah,
you
well,
met them
well,
halfway
you got
and
mad at
everybody
me?
goes running.
What the fuck did I
Everybody
do?
goes,
You were there
Buck comes
too.
back. There's a speech from Kale to the populace of Deepview, trying to motivate them. You guys kind of checking stuff
God.
out. Balder, like motivating the audience to go along with what Kale is like speaking about, because they have the explorer instead of
Yeah.
the speaker speaking to the audience, and then the speaker like doing the support thing, and Jax just
Words.
kind of being an intimidating guard off to the side, and Sybil lurking around the edges because Sybil is just like, I
And Sybil also being there.
recognize that
Sybil
I am
was
not part of this
there.
community, because
Sybil's
so
like,
it would be
"Ah."
awkward if I tried to bring attention to myself.
Sybil
That would be bad.
Realizing the privilege she has grown up with and having to deal with that all in one motion.
Yep.
Yes, well,
But because of that, she did
okay.
decide
everybody
to kind
hates
of,
where I live. Huh?
yeah, she did decide
Oh
to
no,
kind of
am I the
wander
bad
off.
guy?
Yeah, very much so. But she did decide to wander off, and she discovered that the guards were about to make another push to attempt to infiltrate Deepview again, and came running back to let everyone know. Jax ran ahead of everyone to leap over the barrier and onto the stairs, and Hale and Balder and Sybil all went running afterwards. And there was an
Yes.
attempt to vault by jumping off of the back
You
of
don't,
Balder,
you don't
and
have
there
to
were
bring it
some
up.
very, very bad rolls.
You don't have to bring it up.
Oh, I
There
remember.
were
I
some
remember.
very bad rolls.
Oh, I
but-
remember.
but yeah, you guys did eventually make it over, and there was a nice big fight against a group of guards again, just completely annihilating them. And the reappearance of Scott the Rat with an entire horde of his rat kingdom,
yeah.
helping to defend Deepview from the insurgents of the guards.
What a legend.
So with a swarm of rats fighting alongside you guys, you fought off the
This
guards,
is why I said we
keeping
need to
one
do some
captive.
FPS.
Yeah, keeping one captive, and this was another Maggie is absent episode. So, having kept one captured, and then Kale went full on feral on one of them and sunk their claws into the chest cavity of this guard that was still kind of alive, at least. So they decided to drag the dying body of that guard, and
You guys
the
commit a lot of
captured
crime when I'm
guard-
gone.
Yeah. And the captured guard named Adam, who just wanted to get back to his boyfriend, and asked for mercy multiple times, and just wanted to get back to his boyfriend, and they're just like, no, you're coming with us.
Mercy
You
for the
gotta-
guards.
you
Okay,
gotta-
that's
you gotta
another one
answer
for the
some stuff.
kidnapping tab.
Yeah.
Kidnapping
answer
tally
for
is
some
up to
stuff. You gotta
3.
give us information on stuff. They
need to
dragged
turn
him along and used one of your healing potions to heal the guard that Kale had, like, sunk their claws into while open cavity surgery was going on top of a bar table,
I remember
because it was their
this.
triage area, and got to see the effects of a magical healing potion literally
Mhm.
knitting stuff back together while it was open on the table. It was freaky. But during the fight, because Maggie was gone for the fight, Sybil had snuck up to the top to take a look outside to get a gauge of the situation, and saw that half of the academy on the other side of the cliffs had gotten blown off, and that is like what Deepview is getting blamed for, and like had to mentally and emotionally process that half of the academy on that wall was gone. And all of the loss of life and loss of information that goes along with that. Goes to try and catch up with the rest of the group, who in the bar has made contact with a couple of the toughs that work for one of the information sellers that runs a lot of Deepview, to try and go meet with that person instead, to trade information and hopefully gain an ally there. Sybil is running to catch up with them as they are led along, and they meet with Jem.
Jem.
Yeah, this is when you meet Jim. Was what he told you about.
Yeah, this is where they meet essentially the godfather of the underground.
And we tried to put him on the ground.
Who's been set up since
yeah.
episode 3, we've learned today.
We did learn
Oh,
that.
I
Episode
totally
3.
knew this. This is something that I knew, and I'm so surprised you didn't.
But yeah, no, they've had hints about Jem trading in information in Deepview ever since episode 3 when they first entered Deepview. But yeah, so they go
So
to
good
meet with
at this.
him, who is in a different portion of
What episode are we on
Deepview.
now?
19.
Yeah,
Nice.
go to meet with him.
So many.
The
16
talk
episodes.
does not go well. They are not willing to share without him expressing something for them to trust in, because understandably, Scott thinks he's sus. All of them kind of think he's sus because he's tall and creepy and a mob boss, essentially. And so, since they're not willing to share information with him, he's not really willing to share information with them. And yeah, and it's just like, why did you request a meeting with me in the first place? You're no, like, whatever. And then they're just like, well, if you go down into the depths without us, if you go down into the old city without the information that we have, you're gonna die. But in a much more threatening manner from Jax of, well, you can go down there, but you're not gonna come back alive, which Jem perceived as a threat.
The truth, huh? Just tell them the truth.
It's true, but the manner of phrasing, but anyway, Jem perceived it as a threat, and it's just like, you know what? Fine. Are you threatening me? You're saying that you're not threatening me. Okay, fine. You are no longer welcome here. Leave.
So fucking rude.
Hale recognizes some of the notes on the desk as potentially being the things that were being traded back in episode 3.
A million years ago, which was
and goes to
3 weeks
grab
ago.
it. Yeah, goes to grab it and pick it up and be like, well, what's this then? Super accusingly. And then he's just like, what are you doing? Grabs Tail's arm to prevent them from taking things from his desk, which
And so
makes
we killed him.
everyone in the room go,
No,
ah!
he
And
tried.
Balder draws the sword to threaten him with, and Jax goes to punch him in the face, and a fight ensues with this vicious speaker who moves like the wind.
Yep.
Listen, it's
He's
fine.
fucking fast, bro. He's fast as shit. But yeah, so they fight
Boy.
against him, and
Not-
it's like
Not
little
fast enough.
thug guards or whatever. You don't really get a lot of hits on him. You do
That's
not get a lot of
It's
hits
because he
in on him.
stayed far away, like standing
Like
Yeah,
an
like,
hour.
Yeah,
That
oh my
is
god,
what
it's almost like
speedsters are
tactic.
supposed to do.
Almost like
That is what
tactic.
speedsters are supposed to do. I don't care
Maggie,
what I
you're
do
supposed to be on our
outside-
side. Shut up.
Yeah, I don't care what I
Be
do
better.
in our other campaign. In our other campaign, I don't care what I
no,
do.
look,
I'm not
look.
acting the way that speedsters are supposed to do. They're supposed to hit and get out of the way. And
listen,
get out of the way.
listen. Jax doesn't perceive fighting that way.
Yeah. You hit,
Jax
you
is
get
like,
out
no,
of the
you
way.
stand and brawl. What do you mean?
No, it's a speedster tactic.
You can
But yeah,
dodge and
so,
stuff,
like-
but no, you stand there and you fight. You
But
know?
yeah, it was a knockdown, drag out
Yeah,
fight
you
with a
haven't
fucking
gotten
speedster.
to the worst part.
And the guards were more afraid of him than they were of your
Get
group
in there.
because they haven't seen what your group can fucking do. But Sybil did eventually show up and is just like,
Oh,
I've
she
always
showed up
wanted
all
to do
right.
this. Maggie is just like, I wanted to do this. Sybil is
I
just like,
have
I'm not
wanted-
sure if I can do this. Decided to target his teeth for shatter.
I've considered this for so fucking long, and I don't know what that
Shattered his
says about
teeth
me
in
as a
his skull
person.
because you rolled high enough, shattered his teeth in his fucking skull, causing him some damage. And it's just like, decided
More
to stay a little
psychological
further
than
away from
anything.
you. Yeah, decided to stay a little further away from you.
That shit
So you
hurt him.
threw your dagger, the dagger that you found where?
In session 3, Evie. In session 3.
It was
It
like
was like
session 4 or
6. It was
5.
like
It
yeah,
was-
it was
yeah,
like
it
4.
was-
Yes.
Yeah.
It was the Russian
It was a
roulette.
long time ago. It was a long
It was
time
a
ago.
long time
Okay.
ago. Yeah,
And
it was
I
in
forgot.
Magic Potion Roulette.
Mhm.
It was a long ass time
I
ago. But
forgot.
I repeatedly said in the session that you did not understand from my tone of voice and the meaning because it was a high tension fight. The dagger that you got from your grandfather's study a couple of
Yes.
times, and you just didn't catch on to that because we were in the middle of a very tense fight. So you used your dagger to throw at him. And he caught it because he rolled really poorly, and it was too far away for you to shatter it. So he then approached again, and the guard that you had finally managed to try to scare away from fighting with you guys is just like, well, if you're going to run, then you're of no use to me. Stabbed the dude in the eye,
Yes,
in the
I
middle
didn't
of
kill that
melee.
dude.
Yeah, in the middle of melee, and you're just like, oh, well, he's already stabbed the dude in the eye. He's probably dead, so I'm going to shatter the dagger. Anyway. You cannot shatter a magical item. It is only on non-magical mundane items.
But
But
by
the
God, you
metal
tried.
casing, the metal
I
casing
fucking
of the
did.
dagger around the magic crystal inside of it is mundane enough. So
I
you
couldn't
shattered
see
that.
the magic crystal in there.
Yeah, so you shattered that, causing a magical explosion. Which brings us to that next episode, where a quite literal artifact blows up in the middle
Before
of
we
all
go
of you.
further,
What's
before we
up?
go further, I want to know above table. The audience
table.
needs to know this.
Okay.
Above table, I was presented with options in between sessions.
You were.
The thing that happens is for Jax is a thing that I chose.
Yeah.
However, in character, it was a wild time.
Yeah. Out of character, there were multiple options. One of which included dying and coming back.
And one of which was, I'm assuming, dying for realsies?
No.
That was the only one that involved dying, actually.
Yeah.
I could tell you them all later or
I am
now.
curious.
Okay.
Yeah. One was meeting your
I
dad.
already know.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. One was possibly could have met my dad, which would have been I didn't choose that one because I was like, well, actually
it's too
I
soon.
rolled. I remember I rolled. And it happened to be the one that I would have chosen that one anyway. The one that we did, I would have chosen. So but Jax was not ready to meet his dad. He might be at this point in time. That's
Yo, me neither.
mm-hmm.
Where is it?
So real.
I'm gonna find where I gave you the options.
There was meeting his dad, right? There was him dying.
Yeah. There was.
I believe there was
most of
shards embedded
yeah.
in his body.
Yeah, there was you absorbing most of the blast and not all and not dying, but having something else happen. And there was
Yeah,
a
it just
fourth
said something
option.
else too. It wasn't even like he was like something else might happen. I was like, okay.
And I think the
Just
fourth
something
one I
else.
didn't give you full details on, but it was going to cause a time reversal.
He was gonna be a baby.
We're
No,
Benjamin
it wasn't
Buttoning
going.
this
It was
shit.
not going to be. I do not do child episodes. I do not do like everybody turns into a baby episodes. I hate those.
You did it to me.
We should.
We got to see memories of your childhood. We did not get to have characters actually being children. But yeah, no, like it was going to be a time reversal and like bringing you guys to where you were doppelgangers like earlier in the campaign. And like you would be running around a different section of the city while earlier versions of yourself were running around doing other shit.
Oh gosh,
whoa.
that would have been so wild.
It would
I
have
don't
been
know.
crazy.
I don't know what would happen if Balder met Balder. I will be honest.
Damn.
But yeah, it was a wild time. You did choose
Ball and Balder.
Yeah, you did choose the whole dying thing. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, so we come back and Kale jumps in front of you to attempt to shield you from the shattered crystal because it was like slow motion seeing the casing of the stiletto dagger that's like deeply ornamented cracking and breaking and shattering and seeing like Gem run to attempt to dodge, and the crystal hovering in the air before the damage from the shattered dagger breaking it as well and causing like this concussive blast of magic. So the shards go into Kale instead. A couple of them also go into Balder, who is nearby, and then Jax enacts something within him, something within his godly heritage, to
Mhm.
absorb the magical shockwave so that it doesn't cause the building to fall around you guys and have you buried.
Game over. We all died. Sorry that
No,
I didn't
died. It
understand
just
the
would have been
social
fun.
cue.
It is entirely okay. It was very fun. But yeah, so Jax falls unconscious as you guys are trapped in what's called a temporal dissonance. In other words, a time disruption.
Attempt fucky.
Yeah, time fucky wucky. Uh, but yeah, so you attempt to leave the building, dragging Jax along with you, and you get to see stuff literally frozen in the air, including Scott running away with some of those papers that you were so desperate to get off of Jem's desk. Balder
Hell
also
yeah.
having a handful of them running down the stairs, and like Scott is like halfway through the air in a jump with them clutched in his teeth. So you drag him out and you drag Jax's body out, and you guys get out of the building and to the edge of the temporal dissonance and fall unconscious there. Jax is going through
Yikes.
existence or nothingness of some kind, um, experiencing what for him is at least the start of the afterlife, and gets to meet the a force of existence that he does not fully understand, that takes on the form of someone who he feels that he has lost, whether that person is dead or not, Nader, and speaks to him while he is, dead there. Um, in the meantime,
He was like, "This must be him."
Sybil,
He
yeah, in the
fully believes
meantime,
entities
Sybil,
death.
Hale, and Balder go or travel through essentially time to a different area and get to do a ride along of something important happening. In a different space and time, basically across the lake at a bar that is still as yet unnamed, where they got to see someone that was important to Kale that had thus drawn Kale's spirit there to witness. Sybil got to do a ride along of a
Oh
contact
yeah.
of this other figure that had drawn Balder's spirit, who happened to be Ace.
Yeah.
Um,
Sybil got murdered in the
yeah,
afterlife.
Oh shit, that's right. I remember now.
yeah. Um, but yeah, so you guys had that little interaction there and got to find out essentially that Hale's person that drew them there has some regrets but is happy to be out in the world, and Ace apparently has some sort of contact in Isenbridge and was paying for a variety of names and other contacts and a map of hidden passages that they could use to get through Isenbridge undetected. Um, and then instead of paying that contact that had gotten all of that for them, Ace just full on used their like angry Project X-23 or whatever it is nails to slice open this person's throat.
Gotta say, not a
Which
pleasant experience.
Yeah, which woke Sybil up because that's who Sybil was doing the ride along with, and then that also woke Balder up because Balder was doing a ride along with Ace. It was fun. But yeah, so
Fun.
and then they all gradually started to wake up.
Except for
Sybil rolled
Jax.
really, really, really well for controlling the direction of the temporal dissonance as a magic user herself, uh, which allowed her to place them in a point of their path within that time dissonance, which chose inside of the building because Maggie did not understand what I was asking at the time.
Nope.
Thought I was asking
Listen.
about where you want it rewound to,
stressed.
but it was just a location. I apologize. I
stressed.
was not clear.
I think you were clear. I think I was just stressed out because I was
You were
literally
very
sitting
stressed.
there and I was like,
I also
'cause
thought it was a rewind thing.
I don't remember what I thought at the moment.
I was stressed out because I literally was like, I just killed Extel's character. We've been playing these characters for like 6 months, and that sucks
Yeah.
so much. And oh no, like,
But
I was so
woke
stressed.
back up there with Jax's dead body that had like all the signs of being dead for several days. That as they're all freaking out and trying to figure out what the fuck they're gonna do, they gradually realize that Jax's body is starting to not be as dead, and then isn't dead and starts to wake up because Jax's body had like gradually reestablished its connection
Starting to
with the mortal
undecay.
coil. Yeah, it undecayed essentially. But they all got from that magical surge of power a couple new fancy schmangly powers that they could do.
Schmangly.
Yeah, schmangly.
That's a new one.
You like that?
Fancy
You like that word?
schmangly.
Yeah.
It didn't even rhyme. Anyway. So sorry.
But yeah, fancy schmangly
Wow.
powers. I'm
It's called-
sticking
it's
I'm
called
What are you,
out.
the rhyme
I'm
police?
sticking to it. But yeah,
Disadvantage
so
on
we
your
got a
family,
couple.
Maggie, for that one.
Yeah, we got a couple of fancy new powers that they
Disadvantage
got
on your
to utilize,
Disadvantage on your family, disadvantage of your
which,
cow.
as they
Let heavy
exited
talk.
the very damaged building. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm still going.
Power and
You're doing
They
wonderful.
exited the very damaged building, encountered a couple of the thugs that worked for Jem that Jax used his new demeanor of the beyond, having come back to life literally, to convince them to let you guys know what was going on, which includes the fact that these new guards, these new soldiers from a neighboring city-state, have been called in by one of the council members. You found out that it was by the council member that was in charge of emissaries to other city-states, the one that was essentially the liaison. And he brought in these guards, these other soldiers that are essentially like Navy SEALs for that other city, that have been doing some damage. Like they blew up a couple of buildings within Deep View and like a whole bunch of terrorist type of shit.
Casual.
And you're just like, well, fuck that shit. But you're also, wanted by Jem, who has a lot of sway in Deep View, so you got to get out of there. So you found another path up the side of the city-state, through tunnels and caves and whatnot, and took a moment to just kind of process. Once you got up there, Jax attempting to not process the fact that he died, and Balder was just like, you know what, I need a moment. I'm just gonna go out. No one knows that I am involved with any of you guys. I'm just gonna go take a moment. I'll be back. And went to gather information and supplies and, just get away from the group for a minute. Had a nice little snack and drink at a cafe. And eventually, while out there after a couple of failed rows, realized that a lot of people had also started to transition magically as well because you guys set off a chain reaction in the city.
No.
Yeah. But yeah, it's all over the city and cannot be denied by the council.
It's all
anymore.
because of us.
Yeah.
We did it, guys. We did it.
Yeah, yay. But yeah, had a nice little cafe while the
Yeah,
others had like
traumatized
a private
everybody.
moment. Yeah, had a private moment with each other, like trying to process everything that had happened. And as Balder comes
Mhm.
back with some information and some supplies, you guys start debating what to
Surprise,
do
motherfucker.
and are not being particularly quiet about it when our new guest
Yeah.
Fuska,
yeah.
playing Kiyama, overhears you guys on the other side of the little cavern wall
Yeah.
and starts talking at you guys through the wall, which makes you attempt to threaten her and then convince her to just come over and everything's fine. Yeah, everything's fine.
Feels like
Make
so long
friends
ago.
with this like spitfire of a character of yeah, no, I am definitely a rebel too. Very teenage mentality. But happens to know some people that can help you at least create some flyers to start handing around to disseminate information. Because a magical tea ceremony that Kale performed with you guys told you that you needed to start
Hell
spreading the
yeah.
information instead of just hiding constantly. And
Oh
that
yeah, I
of
forgot
the
we had a
council, there
seance.
is one
Yeah,
member that
God
might
told
be
us
able
to
to
stop
help
hiding
you.
in the tunnels and progress the plot.
Yeah, pretty much.
I was like, just
Um,
fucking hurry up. Just go.
yeah,
Do something.
I'm right
but
For
here.
my sake. Good.
yeah, but yeah. So you guys
Because it's God.
had your little tea ceremony where the forces of nature told Kale to start spreading the information, and that one of the council members, the council member for advancement, was basically going to be your only aide on the council. Showed you their picture, or showed Kale an image of them and everything. Uh, so
I do not
Kiyama,
remember
having
this.
showed up, happens to
Mhm.
know a couple of scribes that can help you start creating like flyers and information packets to hand out to people to spread the word about what's happening in Deepview because it's hidden from the majority of the city, and start spreading the information about magic returning and what is dangerous and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Um, but first, let's go to a doctor because you guys have literal crystal shrapnel in your bodies.
Yeah.
Worst decision of my life.
Yeah.
The
And
doctor?
like
Yeah.
yeah.
You had
I
to go to
blame
the
And
doctor.
like
I blame
yeah.
the doctor for my crab leg.
Yeah,
He
Sybil
gave me
is
crabs.
yeah. Sybil is like got this like white shock of prismatic hair that she has developed, and like Jax has like purple Lichtenberg type markings through the blue from his lightning and everything. It's it is a whole it's a whole thing. So you guys go to check things out
Power word
at the
neck.
doctor. It's like trying to figure some stuff out, going along.
Yeah,
And
using
while there,
power
uh,
using.
Hale hides the fact that they've also got shrapnel all over their body. Um, on the way, you are being followed by someone because you do not roll stealth well. That Balder decides to hang back.
Listen,
Balder decides to hang back and try to distract. You guys get down there, realize that Balder hung back to distract. Sybil sets up an illusion to make whoever is following them think that they just continued on.
Oh
Jax
yeah, that
decides
was
to go
cool.
and attempt to catch up with Balder and save him from whatever is happening with this person that was following them because they had no idea who was following them. Tries to climb a building, fails many, many times to attempt to climb the
Yeah.
building.
Vertical
Uh,
movement. Not your
Vertical
strong
movement is
suit.
not great.
It changes in
Vertical
elevation,
movement
man.
is not great.
it doesn't work out
But
too well for me now.
yeah, so eventually does manage to make it up to the next the next tier of the city, while Balder is interacting with this person that is undercover with them essentially, and finds out that it is a private detective that was hired by Sybil's family to attempt to find them.
God.
And is carrying a note from Sybil's brother. And you're just like, no, I work with the guards.
Yes.
You were able to spin identity to say that you work with the guards and that you are undercover trying to free her, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I kid you
Took the
not.
note.
I forgot that's where we got that letter from.
Yep.
From you?
Yeah, from you.
Yeah.
You're the reason. Yeah.
God.
And the
Hey, you wouldn't have
reason
known
is
anything that
me.
was going on with your siblings if not for that letter.
No.
Yeah.
Well, you're welcome.
But yeah, so Balder did get the letter from him and like convinced him to like wander off. Caught up with Jax afterwards because it took Jax so long to climb the building, and they just kind of walked down the steps to where this apothecary / medic is, and he was working on someone whose skin was turning transparent when you guys showed up, and has been studying various people's changes from magic, but
Guy has it
Balder
easy.
agreed to be assisted with the crystal shrapnel because it was painful.
Sorry, my notes are funny.
Well, it is because it was painful, and also because Kale dragged an entire knife into my thigh.
I did forget that in the cave they did attempt to help you and rolled really badly on their medicine check, and instead of cutting the shrapnel out, just stabbed you.
Just kind of shoved it in.
Just chanked me.
I've also got the note. Balder is only 20. He needs sunscreen.
Gosh.
That's in my actual note.
I think you told them how old you were at that episode.
I was like, really?
Yeah.
I'm not 20. That's what
you fucking lied to me then, because that's in my notes.
That makes sense too. That makes sense too.
I'm in my he's in his mid-20s.
Yeah.
It's like 20. I think he's like 26.
You went to
Sybil
get
thinks that Balder is
medical
20.
aid. Yes, you went to get medical aid.
Good Lord.
Sybil got to have a little dream interaction with the person that was unconscious for medical assistance that had like the see-through skin issue, and helped to soothe them through their power, through her power. So after like the doctor had helped to extract the one in Balder's neck, decided to also try it on Balder, and failed spectacularly in the role to soothe him. So it's just assumed to be part of like a horrific dream. While they were doing this,
it was horrible.
Kiyama and Tale were both on the like shop side of this shop, and Tale was just like, I think that these shards are causing us to change faster, that it's just making the inevitable happen faster. So Kiyama, I want you to punch this crystal shrapnel further into my body, and like
punch
turns
that thing
to
in there.
expose their hip. Kiyama fails that first roll and just punches them directly in the kidney.
She tried so hard.
And then does it again, hits it further in, and scales. Dragon horns. It's a thing. And Kale believes from the fact that a magical crystal shard was shoved further into their body and that they are bleeding down their pants from now. It's fine. It's fine to just have that embedded into your body. Let's push it into Balder's leg further.
You'll be fine.
Went to express this theory to everyone. Balder eventually was just like, okay, yeah, sure, fine. Just whatever is gonna happen is gonna happen. Just do it so that it stops hurting this much.
Didn't work.
So they went, are you sure? And they were just like, no, but do it anyway. So
Fuck it.
they pushed the shard further into his leg, which promptly resulted in crab leg.
Agony. Also
Lots
that.
and lots of pain. Yeah, lots and lots of pain. But
And a
his
crab
leg
leg.
turned into a crab leg.
Crab leg.
It was a thing. But yeah, so while he was
Carcinization.
in pain, in massive amounts of pain from that, they like started theorizing things back and forth. And Sybil and like he went into the front to kind of like meditate, and they were talking with Kiyama and with the guy that was the medic, and trying to figure out different things to do. Balder is just trying to meditate and pray and just get over the fact that his leg is turning into a freaking crab leg.
Gotta pray the
Um,
pain away.
Yeah, and
That'll work
Sybil
for sure.
Never has.
Sybil finally reads the note from her brother, and the brother is just like, "What happened to
Come
you?
home
What do you
immediately."
what do you mean? Told the moms off." Stuff is going on with Vera, which is the younger sister, and like you've been kidnapped. What's going on? You need to come home. Just please come home to make this better.
Was doing
So
something.
she panics of something's going on with my little sister, and he's saying things are worse. I've got to go check things out and make things okay with the siblings because I'm afraid to interact with the moms, but I've got to make sure that my siblings are okay. So while Mulder is like meditating and separating his mentality from what's going on, has this whole interaction with Kale and Jax of so yeah, I've got to go. No, don't worry. Don't follow me. It'll be okay. I've just got to go check on things with my family. I need to check on things with my siblings. I will be fine. I will be safe. If I don't come back, this is where I'm going. These are the places that you can look. But I'm gonna bounce. And then there's another pitching moment between Jax and Sybil of like
The beginning of the awkward.
yeah, the beginning of the awkward, honestly, but it's like a come back to me safe type of moment. It was adorable, but very, very awkward.
Jax held Sybil's hands, and Sybil immediately ran from the building.
Yes,
Which-
pretty much. Yeah, there was
And
a
Jack started
handhold.
doing handstand push-ups.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because
He
every
didn't
time
understand what was
Jax
going
feels uncomfortable, anytime Jax feels uncomfortable, exercise.
He does
He was-
handstand push-ups, and Sybil just runs as fast as she can in the opposite
Oh
direction.
yeah.
Yeah, he was
yeah.
like, oh no, what is this
Yep.
feeling?
Oh yeah. But yeah, so
Must need to work out.
eventually, like as Sybil like
So
runs
dumb.
out of the building, like
He's a himbo.
Jax is freaking out, trying to do handstand push-ups. Kale is trying to figure out what they're gonna do next, trying to plot a little bit with
Get
Kiyama.
to tell.
Balder like comes back to the present and is just like, "Hey, what happened?" There's Sybil. They try to explain to Balder, and Balder is just like, in the middle of all of this, with all of this danger and everything is going on, and the way that you are expressing that this is a possible danger to her, you just let her go off to her family alone and did not understand how that made sense to them. Out of character, above table. It was because Maggie was going to be gone for a session. But in
Bunch of
character,
idiots.
I was
very
gone a
reasonably-
lot.
Very, very reasonable. You were gone twice. You were gone twice. Yeah, like
It's-
twice.
it just-
That's not a lot.
It
There's
feels longer when
In
more
it's
than that
31
in the
episodes?
whole
Yeah,
episode.
in 31 episodes, being gone twice is not that big of a deal.
It was more than twice, but it felt like so long.
No.
Hey,
Okay, 3 times.
just,
Yeah.
just accept that it was twice. It's fine.
Yeah. 3 times
Yeah.
because of the fight. Like first it was the dream, then it was
Every
the fight,
single
and
time
then
that I
it
left, you
was
guys got into
this, yeah.
fights.
That's not true.
That is incredibly true.
No.
The
You can't
dream
prove that.
episode.
Yeah, you
The
can't
dream
prove it.
episode, you did not
actual
get into a
evidence.
fight.
No, you don't.
And in the dream episode, they did not get into a fight.
You can't prove
They
that.
didn't have the chance.
They
You
did.
can't count
You
that.
don't know.
Tatanba prevented that fight because it was too late in the session for us to start a new combat.
Incredible.
Oh,
Yeah.
got you.
Good to know.
But yeah, so but yeah,
Didn't know.
very, very reasonably, Balder was just like, "What the fuck?" And then they were just like, "No, it'll be
Thank
okay.
you.
It'll be okay. If he doesn't come back by the time we get this stuff at the scribe and starting out, then we will go look for her." So they went with Kiyama to go to the scribe and have like all of this information narrowed down into what can be handed out in a nifty little information packet to everyone. Um,
'Cause that's
and
how you
then
win
once they
revolutions,
left,
baby.
and then once they
I
left,
don't know what this is.
it's
I
the
think
middle of the
was
night, and they
the
see a
first
couple of those
time
lancers again.
while we were in there was the first time Jax had mentioned about his arms and how they were born. He was born that way. I think that was the first time he mentioned that in front of Balder. That was the
Yeah.
first time that happened.
Yeah, and Balder was just like, "Oh, yeah, I was also born with this tentacle, not with the leg. The leg is new." But on the
Well,
way
you know
up,
he was there.
yeah. But yeah, on the
Was-
way up to the scribe, Balder was not able to take like the twisty, windy cavern path that the others took. So he went up the stairs and made friends-ish with a dog. Yeah. Made friends-ish with a couple
friends with
of the watchmen that were patrolling the city
Yeah, he's
that were just like,
adorable.
"Oh, it looks like you're having trouble. We understand all of this weird shit is going on with magic. So can we help you to your destination?" And was trying really hard to get them to not. But they insisted, so they escorted him the majority of the way, with him making friends and allies with them as he went.
Ben and Corey, I will find you one day.
One day. But yeah, so he eventually joined them in the scribe's location. Discovered that this scribe was actually on the payroll of Gem as well, providing a variety of information and copies of missives and other things that Kiyama might also have access to, so that they can figure out inner workings of things ahead of time before it gets spread out to the city at large. So on their way out, very late at night, they see a little further down the walk a couple of the lancers, which are the like big bad soldier guys from the next city over, essentially harassing a kid from Deepview, who is theoretically the runner from Gem,
My
to
son.
the scribe to pick up. Okay, so now he's the son of 3 people in the group.
Biologically, yes.
Yeah. But yeah,
I'm a
so
god.
he's like
I
theoretically
can make anybody my
going to the
child.
scribe to pick up the next shipment for Gem, which is why the scribe was just like, "Hey, you should get out of here before one of Gem's people sees you here, because they're scheduled for a delivery tonight." You go out,
Hashtag
you see the
Triaring team.
lancers harassing this kid of, "Hey, you're not supposed to be up here," and
You
trying
try
to
pairing
arrest
team.
him. And Jackson's just like, "Oh, looks like I got new targets." Lightning flashes into the middle of them. Big ol' fight ensues, in which
He calls
Jax
Thunderstep.
summons a fucking bear in a flash of lightning.
Philip.
Philip the bear, who
Philip the
is
bear.
Jax's ally and
Only for
comrade in
1 week.
arms from his history.
What a good
From
boy.
birth. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were born.
His
It
biological
gets more elaborate.
after.
Yeah,
brother.
it gets more elaborate every time.
Philip was
again.
born
Just
after.
like
Philip was born
just
after
like the
Jax.
Vision. Yeah, just like the
Jax was
Vision.
probably like 8
Gets more
years
elaborate
old
every time.
when Philip was born.
Yeah.
But by 2, they were wrestling.
I like that Jax is like, no, we were born together, despite the fact that he was born 8 years after I was born.
Yeah.
We were born
Yeah, it gets
together.
more elaborate every time.
We're
The
It's
fires
it's
of
brothers.
perfect. It's
being-
beautiful.
That's
No,
true.
Yeah,
He knows
we
stuff every time.
Philip and I have been through a lot of things. We got honey from trees, got stung by bees. It was a great time. We had to fight off the wolves that one time.
That's where you
Good.
got the bite scar. Yeah.
Yeah,
Was
yeah,
it the bite of 87?
yeah.
But yeah, you guys got
It was
through the
the
fight. Just
the year
absolutely
was
several bad rolls also
87.
resulted in other
87.
lancers showing up and
87.
the guards, and then Balder was just like, "Hey, Ben and Corey, these guys were harassing an innocent kid."
Which is
After
true.
also to
It's true. Yeah.
the lancers being like, "What are you doing to my son?" And they're just like, "No." But yeah, so
He
got
is my
Ben and
son.
Corey on his side
My
in the middle
son.
of the fight. Um, back and forth.
My
Kiyama helping
son.
from like the side, doing like these mind sliver attacks on the
Look
Lancers,
at
so they
my
have no
son.
idea why they keep having
Right, it's not the
aneurysms in
word
the
I'm
middle of a
looking for.
fight. It's drama, it's blood and gore and fighting, and an actual fucking bear in the middle of the fight that eventually goes charging towards other Lancers, and Balder jumps on, riding a bear through battle.
Look at my son.
In the middle of,
Shut the fuck
in the
up.
meantime, we have Sybil gradually
I
just
thought I
kind of
was so
taking a
smart.
gondola up
Now
to
he's riding a fucking
up to the
bear.
top where her family happens to live, and halfway through a park to her home, she sees two flashes of purple lightning going, that's concerning, and possibly Jax. It's fine.
That's fine.
Deal
That's
with
Big
that
ass
later. I do
beams
not have the
coming from the
capacity
sky.
to deal with that
Possibly
now.
Jax.
Yeah. I don't have the capacity for dealing with that now, so it's probably Jax, but it'll be fine. It will be fine.
Sybil's like, I
But
could turn back,
goes
but I'm not gonna.
and visits her family instead
Yes.
as the fight winds down and they like get the Lancers to run off. Theoretically, the kid has run away at this point, but is actually just hiding. And Hale and Jax decide to escort Philip out of the city so that he is not left to be a target of the various lancers and guards come morning, and or cause massive destruction and panic and chaos because there's a big ass brown bear in the middle of a cliffside city that does not know how to get out of there.
He's just hanging out.
Yeah, so they decide to escort him.
Down the
You know,
street.
wise decision. Balder goes, you know what? I'm concerned about Sybil, and like, I'm gonna go. You guys take care of that. We will catch up with you. Uh, we'll meet back up.
Dear Philip, what
Gets
to say to you?
Ben and
You have my
Corey, yeah,
eyes.
gets Ben and Corey to escort him up to Sybil's family's home
Have your
while
eyes.
explaining, yeah, no, Sybil was not kidnapped. Sybil was not abducted. It's all a massive like front for everything that's going on. It's really just magic. I'm actually the one that's been kidnapped. Blah 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 blah.
Which is
So it
true. I
does,
was
yeah.
kidnapped.
You
We
were
told you
you
guys.
were
We
only
told you what we
kidnapped
said.
once. You were only kidnapped
told you.
one time.
Debatably.
Okay,
then you
it
came
hasn't
back.
finished. You haven't said, hey,
You
you
came
are
back.
unkidnapped.
That's not
I'm
how that
pretty
works.
sure
You
they
need
have
to
fine.
unkidnap.
Yeah, I believe
Yes,
there
we
was a
have
moment where we're
multiple
like,
times.
we can go.
I have
and
no
you won't
memory of
know.
this, therefore it's a lie.
It was the exact
Okay.
moment where we gave you
You're
all of
choosing-
our money.
You're
and
choosing
said,
to remain kidnapped. This is your choice.
I have Stockholm. Sorry, guys. I
You're
hate to tell you.
You're kidnapping our kidnapping.
It's like,
You
oh,
are my
no.
victims now. I am the captain
Yeah,
now.
I've been
makes sense. Makes sense.
It's
But you did get to ride
kidnapception.
a bear and a sea serpent and another sea serpent.
Hey,
But
spoilers.
anyway, yeah. But anyway, you get escorted up to the top with Ben and Corey, who will escort you to Sybil's family home, at least family home in the city. While Sybil is like having brother sister moments with her brother Milo, who is very brotherly upset with her and is kind of like a moody 17-year-old boy. But like, what the fuck's going on? Like,
He is a big boy.
why would you do this? Like, what's happening? You can turn invisible. Thinking it very
It's
cool.
fine. Casual.
And then like explains that the sister is experiencing some weird shit too, but doesn't want to tell anyone about what's going on. Finds out that the sister has a third eye growing in the middle of her forehead. That Sybil is just like, I am not going to react negatively to this. I am not. I
Trying to
will
be supportive.
Maintain my
no.
supportive
Can she
sister
see out of it?
role. What the fuck?
I hope so. Only that guy. She can only see
yeah.
that random
Is
guy.
it a
Yeah,
functional eye? Is it a function? Is it
It's like a
word?
metaphysical.
Above the table, it is what allows her to see spirits.
But
Like whether
can
she
she
covers
see
it or
through it?
not, yeah, yeah. Whether she sees, whether she covers it or not, because it sees into a secondary plane of existence. Essentially, she can see through whatever covers it. So it just sees
Extra.
in a different way. Like it's sort of like looking through a lens, like a red filter or something.
So it does work, just not like a regular eye.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
But yeah, so like, and
Be
she
cool if it's
has
pink.
this
I wanna
ghost
know.
essentially that has been like hanging around her and trying to tell her stuff, and it freaks her out because she's like, what, 11, and has a ghost hanging around and freaking her out, and no one believes
won't
her
fucking
about shit
leave.
anyway. And
Raggy.
so like Sybil finds out that he apparently crawled out of this random object in the mom's study, with above the table. She saw him walk through the display case, and that's how she perceives him crawling out of that. That is not where he came from.
Oh, that was
Incredibly,
right over my
incredibly
head. That was-
useful. No, and like that's what Sybil thinks is that he came out of an artifact.
Look,
he
Which,
did.
by the way, we
The kid thinks he
explicitly
came out of the artifact.
we
Above the
explicitly
table, he
told
didn't.
that one because
Well-
of what you said too.
Yeah.
She's the only one that can see him. So like,
yeah,
Yeah.
we have no
Yeah.
way of knowing otherwise.
He is her
Dumbass.
spirit companion right now. But yeah, so
you
she
gave an
decides-
11. Hold on, you gave an 11-year-old girl a spirit companion. That's just a random middle-aged guy.
Is this
Yeah.
her stand?
Well, when you put it that way, it's
Okay.
It's not like they can do is he just
Is
will.
this like a stand?
like
It's
a guy.
basically like having a
not a stand.
tutor
It's like a reverse
a
Toto.
chaperone constantly that only you can see.
That's the worst thing in the entire fucking world. I mean,
Yeah, it is. It is.
Wait, it's just a
didn't say it was a
ghost.
good thing.
It's just
Yeah,
a
it's just a
ghost.
ghost. Yeah, it's
the
just
ghost
a
of a chaperone that's
ghost
gonna
from-
bother her forever.
It is a ghost of a prominent artifact creating mage.
If we
of
keep
the
bothering
last
Evie, she'll give
magical
us
era.
lore.
Yeah, it's
we
like
keep
it is
saying
the
wrong
ghost of
stuff,
a
she'll correct
prominent
us.
magical artifact creator of the last magical era. He can turn her into an artifact creator if she stops freaking out about the fact that a
She's
ghost is following
11.
her. But she is 11 and a
She's
ghost is
5.
following her. It's
She's
a
a
thing.
child.
I
She
don't know
is a
how
child.
old she
Random
actually is.
man
I'll
is
be honest.
hanging
I
But
don't
yeah,
pay
so,
attention.
I
like-
get
Give me
it.
one of those, and
Anyway,
we'll just watch Jax become
uh,
smart out of nowhere for no reason.
Yeah.
God.
Anyway, Sybil goes
We
to
don't want
Milo,
that.
the brother,
Trust me.
and tells Milo to distract the moms, because she's gonna go and check out this artifact thing going on. Milo and the sister get the mom that sleeps downstairs to protect the artifacts that are held there, because the sister has tried to destroy them a couple of times, blaming them for the
Understandable.
appearance of the ghost. Yeah,
Which she is not
Um,
wrong.
yeah. So like get Milo and the sister go to that mom and have them make dinner for Vera because, hasn't eaten a lot, and that gives Sybil the opening to go try and check stuff out. But conveniently that's when Balder appears. And knocks on the door. And Milo answers, and there's a little bit of an interaction there. And Milo is just like, what the fuck is going on? And Balder is also like, what the fuck's going on? And so is Sybil. And then they have a little bit of a clashy clash, but eventually decide to try and make amends while they go and investigate the study. While gathering up all of the artifacts, afraid that they are going to randomly, and there's my dog.
Oliver,
Afraid that they're
calm
going
down,
to
man.
randomly wake up and blow up the entire fucking house.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We've done it for less.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
mom
Did it by accident.
eventually sends the kids back upstairs after their little meal, and
Eat.
the two of you have to confront her, which is luckily the mom that is less scary, Sybil. Try to explain what is going on, and that Uncle Harper is not a good guy, that the sister never trusted, but try to explain that Uncle Harper is not a good guy, and that all of these council members are actually very corrupt, and they're trying to get these artifacts out of the house because they might explode, and they find out little pieces of information, like the mom can read the old artifact, or old language, and is former member of some sort
She
of
left that
organization.
life to
It's
protect
apparently
the
super hot.
family.
Yeah, she left that life to keep the family out of it and blah blah blah. but okay, yeah, if they are starting to wake up, yes, they do need to get out of the house, but I can't leave my kid, my oldest daughter that I love so dearly, exposed to them because they might blow up any minute. So the stranger, I would rather take them out or let me go take care of it myself. And you refused to let her take care of it herself, and you refused to let Balder be the only one that leaves with it. So there was conflict. There was no,
It's
this
drama.
is happening and this is happening.
Drama,
So
conflict.
I
as
love
yeah,
love the
so
fact that
as
she's like, these could blow up at any second. Here, stranger.
Have fun.
You
blow
may
yourself
die,
up.
but that's a risk I'm willing to take.
That's
I
okay.
would rather you die than my daughter.
Get wrecked,
Was her thought
strange
process.
child.
Yeah, no, her thought process was literally, I would rather you die from an accident with these than my daughter.
I also-
It has to be one of you instead of me doing it.
kinda
Because
nice,
I would
I
rather
guess.
take the
point out
risk.
that
myself.
Balder was also 100% on board with dying in this scenario. He's like, okay, sure, I'll die. I don't care. Give me the item.
I just want to make sure that the people that sent the Lancers here don't get a hold of any of this.
Incredibly
That was your
valid.
primary thought process
Oh,
there.
that feels like that's gonna be a problem. All right, continue.
But yeah,
People
so
who
like,
sent the Lancers.
so while
Yeah, we haven't
Sybil
figured that
and
out
she
yet.
were,
I
yeah,
have.
well, Sybil and she were like arguing. Balder's just like,
Success
okay, I'm
too.
gonna go through the window because we hear someone walking down the stairs. So Balder tries to go through the window, and Sybil's
Through the
just like,
window.
no, come back, and like tries to grab the bag, and one of the artifacts activate, which causes Balder to get trapped in a transport array as it is formed, and the bag like hits the
He's
ground.
fine.
It
He's
was,
okay.
It was the thing. But yeah, so like a transport
left.
array is permanently fixed into the living room of Sybil's home.
Casually.
And like
It's okay.
Sybil sees
No pressure.
Balder like pass through it, vaguely knows what it is, turns around, sees that both of the moms are there and brother Milo, and says to Milo, I'm sorry, I gotta go, and then steps through, not realizing that it's still there.
If you give me an
appears-
avenue to escape my problems, I will always take it.
Yeah. Appears in a different area than where Balder eventually appears. Balder falls into existence as another array, wakes up.
Sure.
Because hours later, Jax and Kale had gotten Philip all the way down to the bottom of Cliffside and into the grain belt where the parks and everything are. Kale vaguely sees their shop in the distance, and they're just like, dragon possessiveness activate. I want my home back. And goes to and like turns to Jackson and is just like, I want my home back. I want to take it back. So they abandoned
Jax was
the
like,
escorting, abandoned escorting Philip out of the city and just like start tromping off, and like Jackson's just like, go find your way home from here. And then they go off towards the tea shop to try and take it back. There's only like a couple of guards there. But they get into a fight with the guards, and
they all
Jax
bleed.
intimidates them away and punches through a wall there.
The
And
third
knowing
time
that
I was
there's
gone and
only
you started a
like
fight.
there's only a matter of time before they
I
come
wasn't there.
back, they break
I was sober
into
on
the
the
now locked up shop. Yeah, break into the locked up shop, find some sort of wrapped device from the moles left behind for Kale there that happens to be one of these transportation array tools. That when they go upstairs to try and rest and figure out what the fuck they're going to do now that they've taken back the shop, but the guards can just come back at any moment, Kale, in a moment of desperation and wanting their home, takes some of the crystal magical shrapnel out of their body, embeds it in the tree, and calls on nature and fate to help them find their home and a safe place, which nature responds. Nature responds, quite literally by Pico, like, who is also groggy and tired from all of this, sees what Kale is doing and just like, it's too early. as Kale accidentally activates power that they were not supposed to be able to do until they had like people to help them. That literally summons a forest. It summons like a little miniature forest or woods into this park area, creating a miniature magical grove that functions very similar to the Lost Woods.
You
Like
said it
just
again.
grows. Yeah,
You
it just grows.
you said it again.
Yeah, it functions very similar to the Lost Woods. Like just grows in the matter of an hour or two. Dog.
Yeah, you
That's
go,
all of it?
Jax
Oliver.
is from
The woods.
the Lost Woods.
Woods.
This
He's
is
from
where
the
he's
woods.
From.
Funny.
Into the woods.
Thank you.
Into the woods.
Into the
But yeah, so like
Find the
they
baby
like
bear.
the blood from like Kale's hands like help to like kind of infuse this magical object that was also still held in their hand while they were doing this, creating the transportation array, quite literally dropping Balder in the middle of this second floor apartment of Kale's, and sees Kale passed out on the ground and Jax passed out on the bed, and then just believing that it had been an explosion and that Balder somehow survived, but doesn't see Sybil anywhere, goes to have a panic attack and pass out against the wall. Remember, this is when you thought Sybil was dead.
Oh yeah. I remember Sybil being dead. Yeah.
But yeah, so
Briefly.
like goes and passes out against the wall,
Figuratively.
which Jax
Spiritually.
wakes up and Balder wakes up. Jax is just like, "Oh, when'd you get here?" And Balder's just like, "I need a minute." Goes downstairs to kind of freshen themselves up. Jax sees that Kale is still passed out in their own blood, freaks out a little bit, pulls them onto the bed, and is just like, "What's going on? What should I do?" Pico is just like, "We need to wake them up, because if we don't, they're never going to wake up because it's very addictive." Doesn't explain what's going on, though. So they desperately try to wake Kale up, as Kale is quite literally one with the forest, communing with the forest, and feeling everything going on around
I'll
it.
make a quick addendum here.
Yeah,
Jax was very calm throughout it all.
right. Balder was the one that eventually started freaking out about it.
Yeah. Jax was like, "Oh, gotta go
Yeah.
gotta go clean up Kale."
I'd like to make an addendum. He didn't start freaking out later. He was
Yeah.
always freaking out.
Always freaking out.
That's my secret cap. Yeah.
I'm
But yeah,
always.
so there's a noise outside that sounds like a scream that Jax is just like, "I'm gonna go check that out." Literally jumps from the second floor apartment.
Because why
Yeah,
not?
to go check it out. Gets lost in the
You have
woods
to.
trying to find wherever
Because
this scream comes from,
course.
because the
Again, you're
woods just
gone.
keep cycling Jax,
different
trying to
path
get
of
him to
mine.
leave. But Boulder comes back
Left
as
behind.
Ball.
Gender
Beard
fluid,
removed.
bitches.
Yeah, beard removed, clothing adjusted just so to come back
Have
as their
cleavage.
female. Yeah, have cleavage
Uh-oh.
as
And no
their
beard.
female appearance of the
Those are the
more
only
femme
changes.
version. Yeah,
That's
but
it.
nevertheless,
Boobs, no beard.
returns as Ball. Kale is just unconscious, trying to wake Kale up. And then Pico's trying to help, and Kale is just communing with nature.
Yes.
Jax eventually does manage to succeed in navigating the transportation spots within the woods, and finds Alexi, the kid, the teenager, essentially, that they had saved from the Lancers that has been following them ever since, who admits to being a spy for Jem, the godfather of Deepview.
That's my son.
And Alexis is like, I'm gonna kick your ass, and Jax is just like, I'd like to see you try. And like impresses Alexi enough with his fighting skills that Alexis is just like, okay, you're gonna train me, and then I'm going to kick your ass. And Jax is just like, bet. So Jax got
down
himself
for
an
a rival.
apprentice, essentially.
Yeah.
And then Alexi
My
kind of
first
follows
disciple.
Jax back as
First of
Kale
many.
wakes up eventually, and is just like, I was a forest, and you don't have a beard. It
Those are
essentially
the
went
only
something like
two
that.
important things.
Beard go
I was a
bye-bye.
forest, you don't have a beard. But yeah, Kale did
I
wake
mean,
up.
it's true. I didn't have
a
it.
little hungover from the whole forest experience. Jax rejoined them. Hale also went to freshen up and like check things out, climb up to the top of the tree to see what they could see of the city. And while they were doing that, Ball at the time was like, Jax, I think Sybil is dead. Trying to confess this to Jax, and Jax is just like, nah, no, they're not. No, she's not. She's fine, and we're gonna go
I
check
would
it out
know.
now. And then proceeds to go in, go. You know what? You know what? I would know if she was dead. I would be able to feel it. And then throws Ball and Alexi onto the transportation array. Like,
By
let's
the
go check it
crab leg.
out. By the crab leg and the back of Alexi's shirt.
Wait, it wasn't by the crab. Was it by the crab leg?
I'm pretty sure it was by the leg. Yeah.
I just said a.
Oh yeah. No.
Yeah.
It
We
was.
thought it was funny, and you were just like, "Yeah, sure."
Okay.
Yoink.
Then that- yeah.
But yeah, like throws them onto the
Not complaining, it's
transportation
funny as
array. They disappear into the transportation
Where's the
array,
butter?
and then Kale comes back downstairs just in time to see Jax also jump into the transportation array, which is very hilarious because it's not like it is a gate. You step into the array, it activates, and you get passed through, which means that they landed on it, were just like, what the fuck? And then they disappeared. Jax jumped into it like a dive, landed on it, and then disappeared. Hale shows up just in time to see Jax disappear and is just like, well, fuck. Grabs their go bag, essentially, and follows them through. In the meantime, Sybil has just kind of been exploring the new
She's chilling.
rooms available to the study of Primary Vukan, and like has like had a dream where she started to see some of the stuff that was going on, like she was seeing the history of the room, and managed to take control of the dream enough to where it became like an actual transport through time to a certain extent, communicated with a younger Mary Vukan than they encountered in the Wall of Light, learned a little bit about magic and the fact that Vukan is a fucking nerd.
Yeah.
Vukan's a fucking
So is
nerd.
Evie.
So am I. Yeah, I started to explain magic in terms of physics and the atomic structure. Yeah.
Sorry, I already tuned out.
I'm
What were we
not.
saying? I
Yeah,
heard
not.
magic and
I am
by
a
science.
giant nerd.
I
I
did
am a
write
giant
notes
nerd.
on this. And
You
it just
had
says
me
webs
magic, you
question
lost me
mark
physics.
bundles question mark.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
that's just
your
I
Stardew
can
Valley
and
thing.
will write all of this down for anyone that is curious
Oh,
because I am that
thank
big of a
you.
nerd.
I am. I definitely need to
Jackson's
work
like,
on
I just make stuff happen.
Yeah, that's like
I hit
on the
things hard
surface
enough.
level, that's what happens.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, like wakes back up and is like, I hear something in this other room, so I'm going to barricade the door to the transportation room because I hear and see one of the arrays starting to activate. So I want to make sure, oh shit, that might be my family. I know that I just slept for 10 hours, but it might be my family, so I'm gonna barricade it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody comes tumbling out. Alexi has motion sickness from going through the array at a full tumble, like like
Being
imagine
prone will
going
do that.
vomits right by the door. They have this whole conflict. Eventually, Sybil realizes that it's her friends, allows them to pass through.
I believe Jackson
There's-
broke
No.
down the door.
Yeah. No, the door. So she barricaded the door, but the door opens the opposite
Yeah,
direction. So
oh,
Jax
yeah.
just opens the door with Sybil on the other
Yeah.
side of it, and she's like,
right.
"Oh,
Yes,
hello."
I had forgotten that part.
How-
That was
how dare you.
purely a like in the moment comedic choice.
It's a good
It
moment.
was a great time.
But yeah, so they rejoin each other. They're back together. Sybil's not dead. Ball isn't dead. Ball doesn't have a beard.
Ball is Okay.
Sybil's a girl
Sybil
now.
never
Yeah, Sybil
wants
was
to
just like,
dress.
okay, sure.
Sybil's like, okay.
Yeah. So Sybil was just like, okay, sure. And Kale was just like, you know what? I am still exhausted. I'm just gonna go nap. Try not to get into a fight or destroy anything else while I'm sleeping. So Sybil's like, sure, I'm gonna create some potions. And Jax is like, okay, I'm gonna train. Alexi, this is start of your training. Now we get to go exercise. I know you just vomited, but that's what we're doing.
Get up, bud.
The best time to
Yeah.
exercise.
You'll be fine.
And
Stomach's empty.
Walk it
Ball
off.
decides
It
to
wasn't
like
fine.
go and have another private moment, starting to release some of the tension a little bit, meditates a little bit, and gets to see through Ace's eyes and the fact that Ace is almost back to the city.
Gets to
And
is a
then-
strong word.
Yeah, what?
Gets to. Gets to
Yeah.
feels very strong there.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway,
technically,
let's
it
see
is
through
a
Ace's eyes.
choice.
Yeah.
It's just not a good choice.
If you say
It's the
so.
person that you have been searching for the past 5-ish years.
Technically, it's been more like 10.
Haven't seen Ace for 10 years, but I believe that we established that communication cut off around 5 years ago.
Then that sounds about right.
Yeah. Um,
It's about the
but-
time when Jax ventured out on his own.
no.
That's
But,
convenient, isn't it?
yeah, like that 5-year mark is just so strangely repetitive throughout this entire story.
Oh,
But yeah,
man,
so
it's
goes
almost like
and
there's a
like
person
sees.
manipulating the story from behind the scenes.
Oh goodness! Oh
Who
no!
could it
Oh
be?
me! Oh my! But yeah,
Wait,
sees.
wait.
Who
No.
could have thought?
Keep going. I just had a nope. I just had the
Excel,
no,
it's
no,
Evie.
no, no.
I'm talking about
Nope.
Evie.
No, no, no. I know,
Uh-huh,
but I
uh-huh.
just had an idea.
Okay.
Now,
Are
keep
you
going.
wait? Hold on. Are you
Okay.
head canoning our TTRPG game right now?
No, I'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Okay, but yeah, so sees through Ace's eyes. Ace is coming back. Also sees the activation of Ace's power, which allows Ace to appear however they choose. It feels weirdly like warm water rushing over their body.
It's like a true sibling. I come out as gender fluid, and then he just has to be fluid and change genders. It's so stupid. It's like just let me have one thing.
Has been established with Ace ever since you decided what Ace would be.
I know.
Not my fault that you decided to go gender fluid after that.
What's the wrong thing to say to someone who just came out? I bet I
No,
could be gayer.
Me too.
But yeah, sees
I
through
do it
Ace's
better
eyes.
than you,
Ace is coming
actually.
back to the city. Holy shit! Has a little bit of moment of panic and prays to the god that Balder has worshipped this entire time.
Yep.
It's just like doesn't know what to pray about. Just asks essentially for peace. And there's enough magic going on right now that
No peace for Paul.
the god is awake. The god is aware. The god heard you, and the god is watching back, which freaked Ball out even more. Freaked Ball out even more. Like, oh, I stared into the abyss, and the abyss stared back. What the fuck?
The worst
type
thing
of
is the
moment.
abyss kind of felt like it was saying hello too. It's
Yeah,
just,
Not
kind
even not. I love how not the fact that when Ball was Balder had met an actual god.
I did.
To Tom.
Yeah.
I
In
met
the dream,
Zalba
you met
saved everybody.
Oh, but that's not
Yeah.
dream. That's not real life.
We've just been confirmed that was actually Chitamba. That was really her.
Yeah.
That was really
Out of
Chitamba.
character.
Yeah, out of character, you know.
Balder is going
no clue.
to just justify anything to make sure that his fragile
Jax also
mentality
thought it
is
was a dream
not
to
ruined.
BH.
In character, you guys aren't really sure. Out of character, oh yeah,
Mhm.
that was definitely Chitanga.
That's nerve-wracking.
Good luck, y'all.
Great. Now I know that there are two deities looking at me. I don't like it.
You'll be fine.
One of them
Yeah,
is
I'm not
looking a
gonna-
little bit more at Jax, though you are chaotic enough to where Chitanga would appreciate you.
Don't tell me that. I don't
But
want to
anyway,
know that.
Goddess of
But
Chaos.
anyway, yeah. So Val came back to the group and was just like, "Hey, so I think this thing was like watching me as I was praying to it, to Sybil, and Sybil had no idea how to react to that. They had a little bit of convo, and then Sybil started to like be like, so I think I might like Jax. Well, Maggie was gone. Jax had also done the same with Kale, and so they kind of have
Mhm.
chosen their party member to confide their crush to. Um, and then Ball,
I
it's
also,
like,
just to clarify, by the way, it had been like less than 24 hours since since Sybil and Ball decided to stop being at each other's necks all the
Uh-huh.
time. So we were like willing to kill each other, and then immediately went from that to, so I got a crush on this guy.
Listen. The
who else
concept
is Sybil
was
gonna tell?
we're trying really hard to be friends with each other still.
Mhm.
And then Ball is having like a little panic attack moment.
Mm.
Like doesn't know what to do. And it was like, what's the worst thing that I could say to like get somebody out of a panic attack? It's just like, I think I have a crush on somebody. Is that
And-
can we
and it
talk
worked.
about me now instead?
It worked too. Is the thing.
And it did
You
work.
calmed down. It did work. You calmed down. But yeah,
To be
so
fair,
it was
being
not a
watched by
productive
God is
conversation,
horrible.
though.
Trying to establish a relationship with Jax is more horrible. So,
You know?
Mhm.
especially when you got struck by his lightning, not an euphemism, and then you killed him.
Yeah.
It's on
Also
the
not a
yeah.
euphemism.
We did
on the
forget.
list.
We did forget that earlier in the campaign, at some point during one of the trips to the study, there have been many. Jax decided to drink the goo
Jackson
Yeah.
not
that was.
decide? Sybil said, yes, do that. It will be
It was-
interesting for science.
I
Yeah,
believe
Jax was
It
just
when
like,
was-
should
it
I
was
drink
while I was
this?
talking
It
to the
looks like
orb
this.
as well.
Yeah, it was
I-
while you were talking to the orb. Yeah.
I
So
guess
should
when
I
you got
drink
the
this?
tier
Mhm.
2. Yeah.
Jax was just like, should I drink this? It looks kind of
And
like
we're
that
like,
thing that made Kale turn
yeah.
into a dragon, which we know they're kind of a dragon now. And Sybil was just like, yeah, do that. That would be interesting. Takes out a notepad,
For
stands
science.
way at the back of the room.
Not far enough.
Nope.
It
Never
like
far enough.
activates a bunch of Jax's powers, and Jax like jumps up to tier 2. Everybody's tier 2, by the way. And accidentally lightning steps directly at Sybil because some of the lightning like full on like crashes right into Sybil's
It's
chest.
fine.
So they've
Yep.
there's been
It did 8
multiple
points of
moments.
damage. It was
Yeah.
bad.
There have been multiple moments of like, are they gonna kill each other or are they gonna kiss each other? We don't really know.
That's a
Yeah.
And none of
relationship,
them were.
honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a moment. It was a thing. But
I'm
yeah,
here
so
for either
like
of those options, honestly.
Yeah.
yeah, so there was a interesting conversation between Ball and Sybil regarding Sybil's crush on Jax, and then in the middle of working out, Jax is just like, I was just concerned with Sybil's being alive, and
I've just processed my feeling. Gotta
I'm
go.
processing my feelings, and I feel uncomfortable with her being out of sight. So goes to check on her, sees her talking with Ball, and is just like suddenly in between them, like another like.
And she
lightning
started
strike.
turning invisible, and he was like, "She must be in distress. What's
Yeah,
wrong?"
so it just appears like not voluntarily fully, and Ball is just like, you know what, I'm gonna give you time. So it's like, I'm gonna let you guys talk. It's a very awkward conversation between them again. More potions are made. One potion is
Conversation.
fucked up.
Conversation is generous.
They
Yeah.
basically
It was
parallel
a fumbling
played
of
without a
words.
game.
They just kind of like
Pretty
faced
much,
in
yeah.
opposite directions and like tried
Yeah,
not
they
to
were
think
very awkward.
about
They were very
anything.
awkward. They were very awkward.
You need help with those
Potions were made. Potions
Nope,
were
I'm
failed.
good, thanks.
Kale continued resting. Eventually, Kale woke, and they decided to be like, okay, so we remember that potion or that thing that we got from Oracle Wall, the like big rock wall that's bleeding the magical goo. When I drank it, it made me more powerful. And if we are going to go commit treason and attempt to free Deep View from the siege that it is under, we need all the power that we can get. We've made all of these healing potions. We've made this potion of whatever is going on. I don't remember all of what you've made. I think we need to go get some of that.
A lot of potions.
Yeah, you have a lot of potions.
Mostly just healing ones.
I
And
think
an
you made, like,
alcoholic
4
version.
healing potions.
Three health potions, 1 spoiled potion, a potion of babble.
And a potion of babble, yeah.
But
Oh,
I think
yeah.
we've made at least 1 potion of babble.
Okay.
But yeah,
We need
so
to
you're just
use
like,
that
we
to
need
learn-
to go check this thing out, see if it's going to be any help. I think maybe, because it gave me a power boost. It gave you a power boost. Maybe it'll work. So they go to the Oracle Wall again, which is now more powerful because there's more ambient magic in the world. And it
We're
kind
going
of
back immediately.
ratchets out to all of them.
They don't know why it's
One
called
of
the
them
Oracle.
epically fails their resistance to the ambient magic in the universe in
I wasn't
the
there
area,
either.
Maggie.
and causes it
Sybil.
causes the dream
Don't tell
terrain
Maggie.
to express out and kind of trap all of them in this weird illusory thing. Jax,
Sorry, we can't all be perfect.
Yeah.
'Cause I know I
Jax
roll nat ones on my
succeeds,
climbing. You roll nat
turns
ones on
around and
your
is just like, is
magic
this how
check.
she sees me? Because
Yeah.
she was seeing Jax attack them in this weird terrain, and then got the others off. I'm assuming Cat is going on. Got the others off of the
Yes.
illusory thing going on. And they decided to attempt to acquire. Shut up, Joel.
That
They
unfortunate
proceeded
pause.
to acquire the various vials of sparkling magic goo from the wall.
Forbidden jello
using,
shots.
Yeah, for their jello shots, yes. Using the generously gifted natural 20s from the audience.
Oh yeah. That's the only
Yeah.
reason why, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only reason we succeeded.
That is why you succeeded. They, from there, cook
I wonder
their
what would
fancy
happen if I
schmancy
did.
potions and took one of the various arrays in the teleportation array room to a different area of Deep View. They knew it was to Deep View, not to which section, though. Found out that it was a different part of Deep View that they have been to before, and proceeded to use the potions to fight a battalion of watchmen and 6 lancers up at the top of the stairs entrance to Deep View, essentially. There was an epic fight with Jax, like, lightning right in the middle of them, like, throwing hands, Tail turning into an absolutely massive dragon thing with
So
the
beautiful.
potion that they took.
So pretty.
Ball just tormenting people with talking, and then
Bullying.
through Tail's
Yeah.
dragon roar echoing out and calling to something naturey within Ball as well, possibly due to the fact that they have the attention of a god now. It echoed
Why are you gonna say
to
that?
to make you panic.
Don't do that.
And potentially, and then into the waters nearby, and a much larger sea serpent monstrous creature rose from the depths and decided to aid them
That's what
in
I
the
do.
fight. Yeah.
I rise from the depths.
Yeah.
What?
Damn.
And decided to
Whoa.
help them by quite literally engulfing and swallowing one of the lancers whole. There was a lot of fighting, a lot of intimidation. The use of a gravity rattle to quite literally lift the horde of fighting bad guys into the air by 50 feet and then drop them eventually. Jax.
No, I kept them up because I was gonna let the snake eat them.
Right, yes.
Hell yeah.
The snake would be able to get to them eventually.
She's
But
big.
Jax did absolutely obliterate 2 of them. One because he realized that he knew about all of this shit going down and was just like, oh, yeah, you are definitely to blame, so I'm gonna kill you, especially you. and then the other one because they were trying to abduct Sybil.
And the first one because he was just there.
Well, he was there, and you recognized that he knew about all of this and was fully
And I'm talking about
complicit.
the guy jaw that I just smashed.
Oh yeah, you full on broke the face of someone because he happened to be in the way.
Yeah, they'll stand
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, you broke his entire face. Like
Ah,
you
you
broke his
punched me.
jaw, broke
Don't
his
stand in front of my
cheek, broke
punches.
his nose. Like he was not able to talk. You
Yeah,
broke
you broke this
someone's
guy
face.
in half.
Yeah, you broke that guy's face. But yeah, so you guys obliterated that fight.
That'll be great.
Thus essentially freeing this section of Deep View with the majority of them witnessing the powers that you were enacting out in the open, potentially seen by other portions of the city who might have that area in their view.
Oh, we also skipped the part where Sybil asked Jack out on the date.
Yeah,
Oh, right, yeah. In
that
the
did
middle
happen.
in the middle of the fight, as Jax comes to save Sybil from being abducted by one of the Lancers, who was just like, "You take potions. You know about potions.
Get the alchemist."
Must get the alchemist." Sybil was just like, and then after Jackson's like, "Yeah," disappears.
Fucking vanished into the
Vanished.
tent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're just like, no.
Well, now I hide.
Yeah, now I hide. Too much awkward. Too much awkward. This is scary. Must hide now. But yeah, so you guys defeated the enemy and thus created a turning point in the revolution, waking up the rest of Deep View to fight for themselves and potentially other parts of the city that has now also had the magic and oppression information disseminated to them. And that is where we last left off.
I also rode a
Damn.
snake.
You did. You rode
Again.
the giant monstrous sea serpent. Yeah.
You did, in fact, ride a snake.
And we
But
all
this
gave a
act-
speech.
This is my third big animal that just shows up
Yeah.
out of nowhere that I ride.
Yeah.
'Cause they
Again,
did the
all
smaller one.
Yeah.
we all did not do a speech. They did really cool speeches.
Yeah, Vol
Sybil
did some
did not.
amazing speeches from atop the serpent head.
Oh yeah, I
Riding on
remember.
top of the serpent head did an amazing speech. Kale also did an amazing speech as the dragon. It was all very
That one was cool.
very
Yeah. That was real
like,
cool.
amazing moments. All
God,
throughout
Alina's
that
so good
session.
at those.
Yeah. Alina's dragon voice, amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, it was
Alina,
great.
just
It
in
was
general, is so good at everything. I'm
all
so
of you
good.
guys are.
Ugh.
All of you guys are amazing players.
And that's what you missed on Glee.
But yeah,
My
so,
son.
so yeah, we
Look at
have
my
successfully done all 31 episodes in
Damn.
4 hours.
Damn.
With breaks, but 4 hours. I thought this was
Incredibly.
gonna go a lot faster.
Really? Really,
I did.
Epi?
I
You thought
did.
that getting us together to talk about a campaign that we're all really excited about would take less time?
And all
That
of
was-
us
Did. I'm
ADHD.
sorry.
And all the ADHD.
I wasn't even.
I did not
most of it.
anticipate it taking
There's too
4
much.
hours.
No, you were
I
here for
thought it
about
was
half of
gonna
it.
take like 2.
That's so cute.
I just want to point out I was at my mom's birthday party, and as soon as I was done, I jumped on.
And I appreciate you.
I
joining
don't know. I'm not drunk. I promise. I haven't had a single drop of
I
alcohol
appreciate
today.
you joining in. Especially since
drunk.
it was
It's
like
allowed.
shortly after we lost Alina too.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
yeah.
literally
that's-
So it
that's
was
good
like
timing.
really
Minutes
well
later.
timed. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody,
Yeah.
stay tuned
Yes.
for
So-
the next one because
Oh,
it's
Yeah,
gonna be
so
wild.
this
We're
is
gonna go lick a
happening
wall.
in place of this is
Again.
happening in place of our
For the
normal
third
every other week session. So we will be live again with our next episode in 2 weeks, every other Sunday at 3 Eastern, 12 Pacific, with my oh so beautiful and wonderful players causing havoc and chaos throughout this imaginary city with
No.
their very flawed heroes. But yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, heroes is in quotes. I don't
Yeah,
don't
you
know that
haven't
word.
been super heroic, but you're trying.
That's
You're
generous.
starting to try. You're starting to.
I feel like
You're
Jax,
starting to try.
Jax would say he's a hero, but he knows he's not. Also,
Yeah, you're working
I
on it.
think if you tell Bal that if you call Bal a hero, she'd spit.
Sybil's like, no.
Bal wants two things: alcohol and more alcohol.
Yeah.
We need to have a
Jax.
conversation with Ball. I'm realizing.
Jax wants two things:
No, see the thing,
fighting and
the
then
thing
more
with
fighting.
heroes is that heroes share their alcohol. Bal doesn't want to share the alcohol.
But
Okay,
you
this
have
is-
regularly offered it to the rest of the group.
They are my
Yeah,
friends.
Who
Even
kidnapped
when you thought you were
Oh.
being kidnapped.
They're my kidnappers. You don't
But yeah.
resource hog from the people that could kill you.
Jeez. But anyway, yeah, you guys have done absolutely amazing. And I will also be sending this as a message to Alina, but everybody gets another experience point for participating in
Wow!
the
Oh,
4
Tale-Til-Now.
XP. 4
What?
XP.
Well, that puts me at 4,
Oh.
baby.
4
I can't
Yeah.
actually access my character sheet right now, but I'm
Well,
super
gonna put it
excited
in.
about
Yeah, I'm gonna
this.
put it in messages so that you guys
I
remember.
I'm gonna do
I
it.
I have
do it
all
for
my
you right
USB
now.
ports connected, and then I either have to disconnect my webcam or just that because I can't disconnect the other thing.
Heavy, we're gonna talk. I have
Have you-
thoughts.
I also need to
Okay,
talk to you
okay,
now.
okay. Everybody's so excited. This is the excitement level that I get every time. I'm just like, yeah, experience points.
I'm like,
Yeah,
you know
so
that thing I talked to you about earlier is that
there are many things that you have talked to me about, hon. There are many things that you have talked to me about.
Excel has
it
all
is.
6 tiers planned
All
because he's a
6.
psychopath.
All 6 and things
Look.
that he wants to add in as, hey, it would be cool if I did this instead, or is there a way for me to get this?
And on about 4 occasions in the last year, he's been like, and then I'm going to get this ability at this tier, and it's going to give me this many damage points.
Yeah.
And then
Listen.
on top of that, and then I'm going to add, and it's like 30.
Am I proud
That's great.
that Jax
Turn the cameras
naturally
off.
does at base level does as much damage as a cave-in would? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, Jax
Yeah,
is like
do I
getting
want
hit by a
more?
wall.
Yes.
Jackson fucking
I
Jax is
want-
a beast.
I want to get to the point where one punch from him is worth 2 cave-ins.
You should
working
measure it
on
by
it.
lightning strikes, though.
We're working on it. We're working on it.
This
But
is gonna
yeah,
be rough.
so I hope you guys that happened to tune into this very special recap episode enjoyed it. I definitely
lasted
enjoyed
this
being
long.
able to, 4 hours if you
Damn.
lasted this long. I definitely enjoyed being able to do the overall recap with everyone in the chat or in the group, and I'll try and jump into the chat because this is a pre-record. If you found us entertaining, if you found the story entertaining, and you are all caught up now, so you can just jump right into the new sessions, don't forget to follow us on Twitch or YouTube, wherever you happen to be watching. Like, subscribe, hit all of the fancy little buttons. Don't forget that we are also raising money for Congo for tomorrow. Follow the little QR code that is in the corner of the screen. There will be a link in chat for you to check out. Definitely a great organization. We have an organization that we work toward raising money for every quarter. So just keep an eye out for that. But until next time, let's go around and do our little outro. This is who we are, where you can find us, etc. And we will see you with the next game in 2 weeks. Let's start with Joel, since we didn't have you at the start.
Oh, man, I was not expecting that so quick. Hi. I'm Joel.
Are you? You sound unsure.
I'm not sure right now, honestly. This is my outro, so you can find me here every other Sunday, playing Ball/Balder until they die, at which point I'll probably play something else, maybe Calder.
Okay.
What if you just
outs-
keep shortening
Oh,
it? Just turn into ba.
What am I playing, a sheep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
you
Yeah, you're
could.
just a sentient sheep.
I'm just a
Walk
bad.
around with them.
Ooh, rise to lightning.
This is honestly, this is all I do right now.
Mhm.
I am a staff here at Altered
Mhm.
Echo Archives.
Mhm.
So you should support us here. Give us all your money. And or your views. Both is fine.
We do have a Kofi.
We do. We have a Kofi. I have just learned right now.
You're so good at this.
I'm so professional. I swear.
Information. Yes.
We also have other things that you can totally check out at our
Card.
on our card.
Nailed
That's
it.
all- which is
Mhm.
what we have. Not
Mhm.
anything else. We might have other things. I don't know. Also, the reason we did this today is because I will be moving yesterday, as of you're watching this, which is a
Yeah.
week after the today that I'm recording this.
Yeah.
So I'm excited.
Time is weird.
God, why did I have to phrase it that way? I could just have not added any of
Not at all confusing. Yeah.
We are doing a pre-record because Joel is moving. Moving
Yeah.
is stressful.
I'm sorry. I ate so much pizza, and
By the time you watch this,
They're
it'll be a
drunk
week
off the
ago.
pizza.
it was
Three
my
of
it
us
was
had
my
pizza tonight too.
it was my mom's birthday party today, which is a week ago for you. Anyway, thank you for
Yeah.
watching.
Find us on the links and do the things. Click the buttons.
Mhm. Mhm.
Also, if you would like to help me out, since I am moving with only like a bag of clothing, I have a throne,
Hmm.
which is somewhere.
We'll link it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because this is a free record. We can do that.
Yeah. We'll link it.
Yeah, that'll be
We
great.
can.
God. Yeah. So just there's shit in there. Just help if you can. If you can't, that's also fine. I'll be okay. That's me. I'm so sorry. I'm so tired.
It's okay. It's okay. You need
so
sleep. We get
exhausted.
it. Moving is stressful. Everything is stressful right now.
Yeah.
I never realized how fast clothes get dirty.
Yeah.
It's true,
I keep
right?
washing clothes to get them ready, but then I use them because time passes.
Yeah. Time passes. You've got to wear things. It happens. All
Anyway,
right. Well, let's slip over to Excel.
Hello, that is I, Extel. You can find me at Extra the King on all the socials except Facebook. Like I said before, I'm never on Facebook. You can. I'm also staff here, social media manager. So follow us on the socials, and do all the things that Joel said before: card, Kofi, all that good stuff. If you can't give, you spread the word. Share the videos with your friends, families, your sons, your brothers, your daughters, your sisters, your nieces, nephews. I don't know, whoever you want to. Grandma, send it to grandma. Grandma might like Empyrean Rising.
they student.
I I am also a professional GM. You can hire me to run games. I'm currently gathering funds to go to Gen Con. So if you want to help me out there, again, you can. If you want to help me out there, you can hire me to run games. I have a few games available on my Start Playing. You can also go to my. You can also hire me for custom games if you want. You know, just book me and then we'll talk about it in chats and stuff, and we'll run it. You can also.
Excellent storyteller, cipher, vampire.
Hell
both
yeah.
Great. Also,
It's
other
true.
games. I know that he does. Alice is Missing as well. So
Yeah.
like all the fun stuff. Go have Excel run some fun stuff for you.
He will break your heart.
I will, and with
Consensually.
consent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Consensually.
Only if you want me to. If you don't, I won't.
You should let him.
You should. Yeah.
It's very fun. It's very fun.
He's really good at it.
I will do it very carefully and heart wrenchingly, but carefully.
He'll give you a little kiss after. Just a figurative one, not a literal one, is to make sure everything's okay.
You can also, if you just want to instead be like, I just want to give you money, you can do that too on my Ko-fi. I also have a throne. There's not much on there right now. I was gathering funds for a PC, but that PC is now not available anymore. So
I hate when that
had
happens.
to take it off of. Had to take it off of that. So you know, I've got to
Were you
find
able to
another
at
way to get.
least redirect the funds?
Yeah, but I
Okay,
gotta
good,
I gotta
because I'm
figure
just
out. I
like, that
gotta
would be
figure.
shit.
Yeah. The funds are being
Yeah.
made useful.
Okay, good.
But I
Good,
gotta
good,
find
good.
another one. Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe not. I don't know. It depends.
yeah,
Because life is intense.
yeah.
So yeah, but if you want to help me out, you can just give me money if you want on Ko-fi. You can also just again share
Mhm.
it.
Yeah.
I make posts about it almost daily. Almost. I need to be better about it, but almost daily. Then you go to my
Keep
social and just
starting.
share it or something,
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, come back here every other Sunday to watch Empyrean Rising and see how the magic like matter stays in thrums in the bellows of the city.
He'll remember eventually.
Keep going.
Yeah. And then, of course, last but certainly not least, Maggie, who also congratulations on getting through that first year.
Hell yeah! I'm in grad
Yeah.
school right now, and
Hey,
I just
Yeah.
finished my
Happy
first
happy
year. I have
birthday.
more years to go.
Merry Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Not
A
that
very
one.
merry
Even
unbirthday to you. A very,
I'll take.
very merry unbirthday.
It is my unbirthday.
Yeah.
Nice.
I always think that means death.
It's an Alice in
That's
Wonderland.
unlike.
So
I know.
my name is Maggie.
Yeah, your name is Maggie.
Hello.
And you can
And your
find me on the.
pronouns.
They exist. They're they
Exist,
and
okay.
she.
Yeah.
You know what? You can find me on the internet at all the places that are linked below. Mostly here. Hopefully more here. My cat is going fucking buck wild in the background. I don't know what she's doing, and I'm worried to turn around.
We can't hear her at least.
I
but yeah,
can.
I understand.
I
I
can.
know that expression very well. The oh shit, my animal is being wild behind
Not
me.
even.
Mm-hmm.
She's just like staring intently at something, and I'm trying to not think that this place is haunted. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll keep you posted on social media.
Yeah.
If you want to see a cool Bioshock drill that I made for class, I posted that on TikTok.
Ooh.
Anyway, that's all.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. But yeah, so I'm Evie, disaster GM and director here at Alternico Archives. We've got a bunch of fun stuff in the works for AEA, not just for Empyrean Rising, but other stuff is in line to be coming out. Hopefully, we'll have announcements on that soon. But generally speaking, you can just find me here on AEA. I occasionally interact with people and stuff on socials. You can find my links, as Maggie said, in description or chat or whatever, wherever links may be found. But yeah, so we will catch you guys next time, where I hopefully don't traumatize the players too bad. But yeah, so we'll be back again
Nice.
in 2 weeks. Hope you enjoyed it. If you're still sticking around,
Damn.
kudos to you.
Good job.
Damn, good
You get a
job.
cookie, but
You
not
Also,
a
get
fat cookie.
one pat
Just-
on the head.
Just for you who stayed this whole time.
Mhm.
Throwback to the beginning of this episode. An Alaskan king is 9 by 9 feet.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So it is 9 by 9. Or it was 9 by 9.
What?
No questions at this time.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
It's only a viewer
I
from the
appreciate
beginning.
it.
Sorry.
I
Oh, well,
appreciate
fuck
it.
me.
You weren't here, so
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck me for being at my mom's birthday party.
yeah.
Better prioritize properly. You're right.
Damn, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we
Rip.
will catch you next time. I'm gonna stop the recording so I can let the dog out and get myself some dog out and get myself some dinner.
Bye.
Bye.